It's October already.
It's a Hacktoberfest.
And if you don't know what Hacktoberfest is,
It's a celebration.
And it's an open source.
Hacktoberfest is a month-long celebration of open source software.
Created by DigitalOcean.
It's changing the world one pull request at a time.
You can be a developer, designer, or even a content writer.
In short, you do open source contributions and you get lots of swag.
That's swag bag. This is so amazing.
Look what I got. Yeah.
A Hacktoberfest t-shirt, guys.
I would like to thank DigitalOcean for sending me this t-shirt because I was participating in Hacktoberfest.
So join us for this year's celebration of open source software at hacktoberfest.com.
Let's get hacking. It's October already.
It's a Hacktoberfest.
and if you don't know what Hacktoberfest is,
It's a celebration.
And it's an open source.
Hacktoberfest is a month-long celebration of open source software.
Created by DigitalOcean.
It's changing the world one pull request at a time.
You can be a developer. It's October already.
It's a Hacktoberfest.
and if you don't know what Hacktoberfest is,
It's a celebration.
And it's an open source.
Hacktoberfest is a month-long celebration of open source software.
Created by DigitalOcean.
It's changing the world one pull request at a time.
You can be a developer, designer, or even a content writer.
In short, you do open source contributions and you get lots of swag.
That's swag bag. This is so amazing.
Look what I got. Yeah.
A Hacktoberfest t-shirt, guys.
I would like to thank DigitalOcean for sending me this t-shirt because I was participating in Hacktoberfest.
So join us for this year's celebration of open source software at hacktoberfest.com. .com.
Let's get hacking. It's October already. It's a Hacktoberfest. And if you don't know what Hacktoberfest is, It's a celebration. Hacktoberfest is a month-long celebration of open source software. Created by DigitalOcean. You can be a developer, designer, or even a content writer.
It's a Hacktoberfest.
Let's get hacking. It's October already.
It's a Hacktoberfest.
And if you don't know what Hacktoberfest is,
It's a celebration.
And it's an open source.
Hacktoberfest is a month-long celebration.
Greetings to all participants. I, Shivalabha here, on behalf of the DSC Reva team, welcome you all to the virtual event Hacktoberfest, the Hacktoberfest presented by DigitalOcean. As a part of rapid evolution of development in recent decades, open source technology has made a strong impact as it gives a better opportunity to learn and program applications maintaining security. Any errors or bugs can be easily reported and fixed with the assistance of developers, testers, and users. Hacktoberfest, brought to you by DigitalOcean in collaboration with Dev and Intel, is a month-long celebration of open source software. Maintainers are invited to guide contributors with issues they face, helping move the project forward, and in turn, contributors will get the opportunity to contribute the projects they completed successfully. So before we go ahead with the Hacktoberfest, we must be abiding to the rules of code of conduct. So what is GitHub? GitHub is an American multinational corporation that provides hosting for software development and version control using Git. It offers the distributed version control and source code management functionality of Git, plus its own features. Pull requests, in simple words, they are the heart of collaboration on GitHub. When you open a pull request, you are proposing your changes and requesting that someone review and pull in your contribution and merge them into their branch. Pull requests show the differences of the content from both branches. The month of October is that time of the year where kids celebrate Halloween and developers make pull requests showing their support for the open source. Every year, the contribution of millions of developers from all over the world to promote software for all on GitHub takes place in this very month. It is ineffable to help hundreds of people label their identity on GitHub. So we at DSC Reva are wholeheartedly back to get you covered for the Hacktoberfest challenge and do our part in the contribution to make open source free for all. Source code free for all. It's that time of year again when we come together to encourage and celebrate the open source software that we use and love. The main objective of the event is to increase the awareness in relatively new developers, engineers, people of all walks of life by promoting Hacktoberfest, open source, and it how it can help them learn from others. At the same time, provide their valuable insights in making the open source code better. As I said, in Hacktoberfest, participants are requested to abide by the rules of events of conduct. Participants violating these rules may be sanctioned or expelled from the event without a refund at the discretion of the event organizers or DigitalOcean employees. In order to qualify for the limited edition t-shirts, you will have to make four pull requests, which shall be waived and will be rewarded with a t-shirt by DigitalOcean employees. You have enough time to work on it till October 31st, 2020. Before we begin with our event, we have a CEO's message from DigitalOcean.
Is a month-long celebration. Hi, Yancey Spruill here, DigitalOcean CEO, and I'd like to welcome you to the 7th annual Hacktoberfest. Hacktoberfest is a month-long celebration of open source software for all 31 days in October. And in this event, this month-long event, we bring together over 100,000 people to contribute to the betterment of open source software. At this annual event, we have open source projects where developers become contributors, students and early learners, learn more and build their passion and experience. And we gather people together online. Historically, we've done offline, but in 2020, I suspect will be predominantly online, but we bring people together from over 150 countries throughout the world. At DigitalOcean, one of our core values is around community. And a pillar of the language of that value is we say, our community is bigger than just us. And I can find no better representation of our investment and our passion for fostering the global community of developers and entrepreneurs than Hacktoberfest. It's an important element for us because it brings so many people together in this very global way for 31 days, and it generates so much excitement and passion around one of our core value propositions as a business, which is around open source. And what we believe happens during the month of Hacktoberfest, not only do we bring people together, but we help people learn and we help people grow. And that's a fundamental tenet of what we're all about at DigitalOcean in terms of enabling global entrepreneurs and developers to test ideas, build their businesses, and chase their dreams. So what we hope that you'll gain is that you'll participate, you'll learn a little bit more, you'll join a project, you'll meet new people, and you'll help make open source software better for the legions of people who use it today and well into the future. So with that, I can't wait to see you all and what you will come up with this year at Hacktoberfest. And remember that for those projects that are accepted, you get the famous DigitalOcean Hacktoberfest t-shirt, a prize well worth earning during the month of October. So until then, be well, and we'll see you in October.
So all the best. May all be the winners of this event. Now I request Saket to take over the presentation.
So hi everyone, my name is Saket. Just let me share my screen. Yeah, can someone let me know if my screen is visible? Am I audible, guys?
Yes, yes, Saket, you're audible.
And is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, sorry guys, it has become a norm nowadays to, instead of starting with hi, hello, you start with is my screen visible or am I audible? So once again, I welcome you to our new upgrading your own skills, right? So let me reframe that. What I mean by that is I welcome you all to this new area where you are going to be learning a new skill, right? Which is Git and how it is going to be useful for you, right? So my name is Saket Sawan. I'm currently in my 4th year at Reva University, and I'm also a mentor at Developer Student Clubs, Reva University. Starting with, so I'll directly get right. So what is open source, right? So why are we teaching you this whole concept and what is this whole Hacktoberfest all about? Is basically the word open source. And why is it so important for computer science students or anyone who wants to basically contribute to software development, right? So open source basically means that a software that is freely available for everyone and for in which anyone can modify and view the source code. Now, what is a source code? Source code refers to the actual file, the coding files which has made the software, right? Many times you see softwares like VLC and LibreOffice and all such, and you always wonder, right? How has it been made? What is the concepts behind that? So these softwares are actually open source, right? Meaning that anyone can view the source code, they can also modify it, and they can also contribute to betterment of that open source project, right? So the few features of open source, it is free, right? So anyone can download and use the software for free. Anyone can modify the code, right? So you can look at the source code of how it was made. It could be source code could be a C++ file, it could be Python files, it could be anything, right? So you have multiple languages, you have multiple programming concepts that are used for making softwares. So it could be anything among that. So you can look at the source code, you can also contribute to it. So let's say you find a bug, you can tell that there's a bug over here, and they can, further on tell you like how to you can notify it to the project developer, and he can go on and fix the code in the next version, right? So that's how each software that comes out, it gets a version role, right? So like there'll be a version 1, version 2, version 3, and each version keeps getting better or worse depending on how you code it, right? So once again, I hope this small window is not present, right? I see a small window on screen which is of MS Teams. So I hope the whole screen is visible to everyone.
It is visible.
So why? Yes, great. Yeah, I'll just minimize this. Yeah. So if you read the second line over here, it says projects that are open source encourage a transparent process that is advanced through distributed peer review. And what this last line means, advanced through distributed peer review, right? Now, see, for open source to work, it is a global project. So understand it like there is a main developer who came up with the idea, who coded the main project, right? And then he decided that I'll make it open source, meaning that anyone can contribute to it. Let's say I am the developer and I make a software that makes a to-do list, for example, right? So it's a simple to-do list application. Now I made a simple version and I decided to make it open source that anyone can contribute to it. Now, suppose now I have made it open source, it has to be on a global scale, meaning that anyone should be able to view my project, the source code, and they should be able to make edit to it, and then let me know, okay, fine, I have made this edit, do you like it or not? If you like it, you can include it in your main code, right? So you need a whole platform or a way to do all this, right? So this is what the last line mentions over here, distributed peer review. Distributed meaning that it is not just one developer. Yes, right. You are the main developer in this case, but you're not the only developer. They are called as contributors, right? The ones who add on to your main project. So it's distributed. Like anyone, it can be from any developer from any corner of the world, and he can help you with your own main project. So they also review it. It's all distributed, right? And it advances through distributed peer review. So you being the peer, you being the reviewer, and you have multiple roles in an open source project, right? So there are few confusion all the time between freeware and open source, right? So what does this mean, right? So freeware actually is not open source. Many times people will think that freeware is open source. No, freeware means anything that is given to you for free use. So for example of this is like Discord, right? Skype and all such softwares, right? So they are free to use, right? You can use them. They also have their own business plans. Like Discord has Nitro, Skype has business plans. So everyone has their own business plans, but they have their freemium version where you can basically use it for free. But can you view the code of how it was made? No, you cannot. You can only use it. So it's like you don't know how it's working. You don't know anything behind it. So that's freeware. But open source, you can also download it for free. You can use it for free, and you can also view what all of how it was made and who all the contributors are and all such things, right? Now the question comes why you should contribute to open source. And so this is the whole like the basic concept behind this whole Hacktoberfest, right? Why open source is so important, right? Because one, it helps you to code more, learn more, right? Many people think that I should only make my own projects and stuff like that. No, it's not really important. Many times you can look at someone else's project who like let's say you have a main project and it has already been implemented by someone else, right? So is there a point of making the same project again? You can maybe contribute to that open source project, right? Or you can also you like using a software that is open source and you find bugs, then you can go and fix the bug and then tell, here I have fixed it. Do you want to include it in the main code? And then the main developer can include it and it will be removed from the main code, right? So the next version there won't be that bug anymore, right? And another thing is you're giving back to the community. You won't believe how many softwares are there which are open source, right? There's a really huge community for open source, and there are amazing tools out there that cover a lot of things, from like open source learning platforms where it's not just softwares. I'll be coming to that. Many people use open source like very creatively, so I'll be coming to that. And it has global recognition, right? So but what I mean by that, when you'll be going for like hackathons and all such events, or when you'll be like giving a resume, many times people will leave their GitHub link or all such things behind, because it shows like how actively you have been coding. It is a good way to tell that yes, I'm a developer and I have contributed to multiple places, and that this shows that I have some skill, right? Because only people who have skill can contribute. And I mean, no need to worry about if you have skills here, right, or not. But later on, when you will improve yourself, have some skill in a programming language, you'll be able to understand other people's project. Then you can use open source as a way to evolve yourself. Okay, and it's as a last point said, it's about the community, right? So we'll be seeing into what the community part means. So see, these are the major open source events, right? So many times what will happen is when you're working in a hackathon, they will ask you to create your own GitHub repository where you'll be coding and pushing your work, right? And there you'll be like all your whole hackathon project is there, and then then the judges will directly view from the GitHub themselves, right? So it's very important for like knowing all this. Even many companies use GitHub for sharing their open source projects, right? Like Microsoft has multiple of its open source projects. There's Power Tools. Okay, there are such tools that Microsoft has. Google has TensorFlow and many other such things. So every organization has some or the other open source project besides maybe Apple. I can't say. I've never really checked. These events basically cover your open source events, right? And now you might be thinking, as I said, open source is not just about software. There are also hardware where you can contribute to, right? Like Arduino, right? Arduino is used in IoT, in Internet of Things, where you can basically make your own sort of small gadgets and all such things. So there are also hardware hardware things where you can, like contribute to. They also have their own libraries, right, on which they run the hardware, so like how you control each hardware. So they have their own libraries, so you can contribute for such places as well, the libraries and all such things. Now, coming to the main point, right, like as we said, the open source and all sounds really cool, right? Like, yeah, we can contribute, we can look at other people's source code, we can learn this way and evolve. But the question again remains, it's how do we it's really like when we think about it, it's really complex, right? You're doing this on a global scale, anyone can view your code, so there has to be a method, like everything has to be in a organized way for others to understand, like, okay, this change has been made by this person, this change has been made by person X, this change has been made by person Y, or else it will be confusing. It will be like, like anyone comes and writes on the blackboard and you don't know who wrote what, right? So you need to know who is doing what, right? We come to version control system, and now what does this version control mean? Okay, so as I said, whenever you are making a software, you have version 1, version 2, version 3, and so on, right? Now, what this version basically version control basically means is that you are like you have your software right now. The software has to be a version control system basically maintains different versions of that software. Okay, so let me go back to my to-do list example. I have a to-do list app. I have the version 1, which basically accepts a task and lets me check if they're completed or not, right? Now, this is my version 1. Like now, let's say that next time I make some more changes to the code, right? And what happens is now my code is not working anymore, right? I mean, sometimes you might have gone through that. You write a code and it works, and then next day you come and you make some changes to it, and the whole code is not working anymore. So now you'll have to retrace your steps back to the original file, right? So what you do sometimes what you do is you'll create first version of the file, then you'll make a copy of it, and then you'll name the file as version 2, then you'll name it as version 3, and so on and so on. Instead of making a physical copy of each file, you can actually have the main file itself and make changes into it and use version control to check the different versions. So let's say you have version 1 where you have the working code, then you add some more features to it, right? And what happens is let's say your code stops working. Now it's not working anymore. So what do? You use the version control system and look, I think I disconnected here, so I'll repeat my word. So let's say you made some changes to your code and now it's not working anymore. So what do? You check the different versions of whatever you had done, and you go back to the version which was working, right? So we'll be discussing this in detail. Now see, how does version control know what changes have been made? So it actually you use something known as a repository, right? And what repository does is basically it takes snapshot of the different version. Okay, so as an example, I think I'm sharing the whole screen, right? So as an example, let me run a notepad, right? And let's say I write something here. Now this is version 1. Let's say I'll save this much as version 1, right? I have made my changes, and I'm just given an example. One line I have written, and this is my version 1. Let's say I add some more lines of code, right? And let me just mute my phone. Sorry about that. Okay, it's actually on silent. I don't know why that happened. Okay, so let's say this is the version 1, and it has this one line of code, which is hello world, for example. Now let's say I add multiple more lines of code. Okay, let's say I'm just adding. Now what happens after I added these lines of code? What happens? Let's say now my code is not working anymore. When it was just the first line, it was working, but now that I added these 3 lines, it's not working anymore. So what do I do? I mean, over here it's pretty easy to tell. Like, yeah, I'll just go delete this and my code is working back. But like let's say you have 1,000 lines of code, or like a huge project, right? Now over there telling where you've made what change and what is affecting and causing the error. that becomes more tricky, right? So what you can do is version control will basically have, okay, yeah, I have a version here that is stable. So what I can do is I can use the version control system, which will take me back to the original version and it will remove all these lines, right? So that's how I know that, okay, this all had been done. Now let's say I go back and add some more changes to my code. Like I have added more changes to it, and now I see that this is working. Okay, and this changes I have made is working fine. So I'll make this as version 2. Now this is my new file of it. Okay, and now let's say again I'll go back and I will add more lines of code, right? And again I'll see that my code is not working again. So what I can do is I can jump to version 2 now, where all these lines will be maintained, right? And these 2 lines will not be there. Let's say, but suddenly I decide that, okay, you know what, scratch this. This thing is not this is not efficient code. Let's say it's not running fast or something like that. So what I can do is I can directly jump to version 1 also. So like you can have version 1, version 2, version 3, like that, multiple versions you can have, right? And who is maintaining all these snapshots? So this is version 1, it has this much lines of code, version 2 has this much lines of code, and it what is the difference between version 1 and version 2, what lines were added, what lines were deleted, what is taking care of that? It's basically the repository and the version control system. The repository will create the snapshot of each of them and will tell, okay, so this is where the change is made, right? And copy of work basically refers to, you know, like you can it basically makes a copy of the repository, and you know, like that's why you are able to jump to the previous version, right? So let's say this is there, this is the copy 1, and this is copy 2, this is copy 3. Now I want to jump back to the original copy. So that's how it's doing that, right? So copy of work is basically the same, is maintained in the repository. Okay, so these are the different version control systems. We are going to be primarily focusing on Git, right? So Git, there is also Mercurial and Subversion, but they are not as famous as Git, right? Git has the, what you say, the most number of users, right? And it is also really useful for like the platform that Git is used by. So Git is used by GitLab, GitHub, Bitbucket, and many other such platforms. So we'll be discussing about that later on, but we'll be primarily focusing on Git, right? So Git is also free and open source. Okay, so by the way, there is a term called as FOSS. So I'll just come back to this and I'll delete this and I'll maybe increase the font size. So FOSS stands for free open source software, right? So this is a key term that you guys should know about, right? It's pretty common in open source communities. And what you mean by that, it is something which is free, it's basically open source, right? So when you say a software is FOSS, it means that you can download it for free and you can view the source code and you can contribute to it, right? So so it is FOSS, and it was developed by Linus Torvalds, who is also the developer of Linux. So you see the many Linux is an operating system, if you guys don't know, and it has various flavors coming out now. So Ubuntu being the most famous is Ubuntu, Pop! OS, and multiple others flavors of Linux, but they use the common kernel that is Linux, right? And so he developed Git, and he developed it for the same reason, where he had multiple. He used to code a lot, and every time he used to make some changes, he had to make a copy of it, and then it was really troublesome, right? Because you have like lots of text and you don't know where you're going wrong and all that kind of thing. So he basically made Git for that, right? There's a funny story about how he got the name Git. I'm not covering that in this session, right? Because it happens to be not safe for work, right? So if you guys are interested, you can like do a quick Google on why is Git called Git, something like that, right? And now again, so Git is something we know that it's a version control system. It will maintain different versions of the file that we're coding or our open source project, right? So now again, the thing is understand this, that Git is only doing this locally. When I say locally, what does that mean? It means that it is on your own personal laptop or system. Okay, so you're creating a personal snapshot of each of your different versions on your local system, right? It is doing that. But open source means that the whole world should be able to view my source code and contribute to it, right? Now, the same thing is basically the question that has been asked here: how to make sure that developers always have access to the latest code base. Now, what does this latest code base mean? It means basically you made the software, okay? Now you made it and you locally change it. Locally meaning you have made some changes on your own personal laptop. Now you want this to be visible, but now you made it on your laptop. Others don't know that, right? Because what is on a laptop is not visible to others. If it is on the internet, maybe yes, it will be visible to others. But if it's on your laptop, no, right? So for that main reason, how do I make sure that whatever changes I've made to my open source project is going to be visible to the whole world, right? The next question again comes is how is the maintainer, meaning the developer, the main developer, is able to see that he's able to see the contributors code, meaning let's say I made the main project to do list, someone else adds a different feature to it and I like the feature. So this person in different part of the world that I don't know of, who he is or who she is and how they're who they are basically, right? I mean, they're strangers to me. If they were friend, maybe we could talk over a phone and like, okay, fine, send me an email, I'll check your code and I'll do it, which is also really like an unfriendly way of doing it, right? Because so much of communication required in between. But coming back to the point, there's a stranger out there, he likes my open source project and he wants to contribute to it, he adds a feature to it, or maybe let's say removes a bug from it. How do I know that, he has, it's on his personal computer again, right? So again, you need a platform which will host it. When I say host, meaning that whatever version you're making of your open source project, it has to be visible on a online server or a platform, right? And this is where these hosting services come. And what they specifically host is Git. When I say Git, meaning the different versions of your open source project, right? So we have GitLab, we have GitHub, and we have Bitbucket. So they all have their own strengths and weaknesses. GitLab supports larger files upload, right? So GitHub has a limit of how, because most of the time coding files are like MBs, right? They're not really huge. So I think I'm not really sure, but some like 250 MB or 512 MB limit is there of the file you can upload on GitHub, right? GitLab allows even larger files. Bitbucket has a bit more friendly feature for working with teams, right? So if you have a team of coders, you can work better. Previously, GitHub had only public repository and no private repository. So that was another alternative. You could go to Bitbucket, where you could also make private repository for free. So what is public repository, private repository? I'll be covering that as well. But what we'll be mainly focusing on is GitHub, right? So GitHub was founded in 2008. I'm sorry for the background noise if it's coming any, right? So, it has multiple features, right? So you can, like, you have bug tracker, right? So bug tracker, like basically someone will tell that there's an issue in your open source project, and they will basically push a bug. They will tell that there's a bug in your code, and you will get to see, okay, fine, there are these bugs. I need to improve and remove this in the next version. Pull request manager is what we're going to be focusing today on. Basically, like someone, let's say, removes the code or removes the bug and or let's say adds a feature, right? So he's going to make a code request. We'll be covering that in detail. Organizations, meaning again, like you can have a whole, let's say, Reva could be considered an organization, and it could have multiple of its own contributors who will be contributing to its different open source projects. Wiki, basically like how to install a project, the whole setup guide and everything, all that kind of stuff. GitHub Actions is something relatively new. And another reason why I would suggest to start with GitHub is because for students, you have something known as GitHub Education Pack, right? So what does mean? I'll also be covering that as well, of what features you get in GitHub Education Pack and why it's useful. So basically, GitHub also has something known as GitHub Pro, right? It's free to use, right? But there's also something known as GitHub Pro and GitHub Enterprise. GitHub Enterprise is for businesses, right? Not for us people. But GitHub Pro is basically where they'll give you more additional pro features. So students can get this for free. right? If you have a, let's say, R18, R17, R19 CS, your email ID from Reva, you can use that to avail a student pack, right? And that will give you GitHub Pro for, I think so, your 1 year or so, right? Depending on, you can renew it again. So you have to renew it until you are a college student, right? Until you pass out, to be free for you. GitHub was later acquired by Microsoft, so now it was acquired by Microsoft. Before that, as I said, you had private repositories and public repository. Private repository meaning that others cannot see your project. It was no more open source. Okay, and it was paid. Now, even private repository is free on GitHub. I'll be covering that again. Now we can get started with Git. Right, so this is one very common image that is pretty famous among open source and like generally coders. In case of fire, git commit, git push, leave the building. So basically, it helps you know that your code is safe in case of anything that goes wrong. Okay, so I'll ask a quick question from everyone here. I had sent a guide yesterday which covered on how to install Git for your Windows. Let me see. Can you guys just respond and let me know if anyone who has not installed Git for Windows? So just let me know now. You can also text in the community groups if you're part of it. I'll be looking over there. So I'll give 2 minutes for us to like see that everyone is on the same page. So please let me know if everyone has downloaded Git for Windows and has it set up. Please respond in the groups so that I know. So you can message and let me know. I'll request DSC team also let me know if anyone has any queries regarding how to install Git for Windows. I'll view the document in the meanwhile, right? So as of now, I'm not seeing anyone really say that they have missed the installation, but I'll leave the link, right? So you guys can, I'll leave this in the chat. I believe that I sent the link yesterday in the community groups. I leave it now in the MS Team chat for those who are on MS Team, and I'll request the TSC team if they are on, if someone is hosting on YouTube to share the link on the YouTube live as well. Right, so okay, I see a lot of yes. I don't see any. Okay, so my voice is breaking a lot. I hope it's fine now. I am a GitHub user, that's good. Okay. I'll just paste the link here for those who have not. Okay, DSC team, can you please dismiss all the ones that have already been done? I've left the link. I'll just quickly browse through the document over here. Right, so Git for Windows basically is for installing Git for your Windows, right? So as the name implies, so you can basically download it and run Git in your Windows environment, right? So these are the steps that I have added over here. So I hope everyone has all this set up. I'll just wait for last 1 more minute, or else we'll just get started since no one has replied. We didn't receive any. Okay, Nathan's replying. Okay, great. For those who haven't, it won't take much time, right? You can go through the link that Nathan has provided to you, and it's really just next installs in within 2 minutes. So I'm pretty sure you won't miss anything by the time I get started, right? For others, I would now request to follow the steps. I hope no one is on the phone, because this is a event for, the event is meant for being learning, right? So this won't work on your phone. Just letting you know now only. So I like to code most of my work in a Google Drive folder. And that reminds me again, for most of the people who are thinking GitHub and Git is basically like a sync service. When I say sync, meaning that you code something on your laptop and it's directly synced to the GitHub. No, it's not, right? It's different. It's not automatically synced like your Google Drive or Dropbox and OneDrive. It's a different concept. So please do not be confused. What happens most of the time people do is they'll make changes on the laptop, and then they will make changes on the online website, and then there's a clash. So I'll be covering that as well, like what I mean by that. So as of now, I would request to basically join on a, like open a folder where you guys can get started, right? So let's just say I have this location over here and I want to start my whole a new repository, right? So my whole open source project. So I'll get started here. So for others, I'll get started now. So please follow my steps. So the first step is like when you're going to create an open source project, you need to create a folder where it will be you'll be working in, right? Naren and all, please stop me if like someone is lagging behind. I probably won't be checking the messages maybe after every step. But in case, let me know, right? So yeah. I'll just name this as.
We have a question here. Okay, so.
Yeah. Okay, let me check. Could you please explain the difference between Git and GitHub? Yeah. Okay, sure. Okay, so see, I'll just write it down, right? So see, Git versus GitHub, right? Once I would have started, it would have been much more easier. Now Git basically is local, right? When I say local, meaning it's on your own laptop or your personal system. So it is a version control system that is working on your laptop, right? So I would just say personal computer, right? So what does that mean? Let's say like I make a project and I'll code something in it, and that's it, I have done. So you can use Git for like basically doing all that work offline as well. So it will be on a laptop. But let's say I want to show this to the whole world. So I need to host this to the whole world, right? So what does that mean? It has to go to the server. From my local PC, it has to go to the server. And that's where GitHub comes in, right? So it is basically a hub where, all your Git versions. So whatever versions of your project is there, it is going to be pushed to that platform. So other contributors or developers can see your project. So the basic understanding, the easiest is that GitHub uses Git, which you work locally in. So GitHub uses Git, and Git has all the information on different versions of your project, right? And then it takes that same information and it hosts it on its own server. So it's visible online to the people. So once I start doing, like the whole process of teaching Git and GitHub, then it will be much more easy to understand, right? Let's do one thing. I will skip all these steps and I'll directly start with first. Okay, I have. Okay, no, never mind. I'll start with here only. I was thinking I'll show how. Okay, let me first show you basic overview of GitHub, right? So this is my profile. Yeah. I have. It's probably not in dark mode for you guys. So I use a plugin on Firefox, which enables it to be dark mode. GitHub does not have a feature to view the website in dark mode yet. So this is how a GitHub profile looks like. Your username will be visible right after github.com/your username. So my username here is this. As you can see, it's Outcast Streamer, right? And I have like 13, like around 11 or 10 repositories. And so you can see the whole website has its like it's organized in pretty way. The first thing you see is when you launch is you see my profile. So how I added this, right? This is not going to be visible in most people's profile. right? So this is like a recent feature of GitHub. This is also I'll be showing you guys, and later on, if I scroll, I will see my pinned projects, right, which I've worked. This is my tracking, right? So this is another way you can see if a person is actively coding or not. I mean, not really important. So you can see that actually I have not been really active until like the last month or so, right? And what I have been doing in this time is actually like learning stuff, and also I have not really posted anything here. Uh, uh, because you need to learn and then you can only like post projects, right? So so you can basically see the number of commits that have been made. That also I'll be explaining. I think it'll make more sense when I start with the first step. So once you go to a profile, right, you can see the person's followers, the following, and the stars. Now stars is something that's pretty cool. Like so like let's say if you follow a person, you can see all the so you can start a repository. So there are like multiple cool projects. Like if you go through my profile, at least you'll find lots of cool projects that are there. Like other developers are posting, and basically you can use for learning, or like like you can for contributing to open source. So let's say like I have this one star for like data science, right? It teaches like it covers some links, important links for how to you can like you can get started with data science. So how to make, let's say, dashboards, how to like visualize, how like all the libraries for dimensionality reduction, all those kind of things. So like see, this is one example where like there is no project or anything. It's just a reading learning source material, but there are still contributors. As you can see over here, people are contributing and adding all the learning materials that are there in data science. So like that, multiple so like once you go to a person's profile, right, you can go through their stars, you can go see who the following and the followers are. And also like this is the home page, right? That was my profile, and this is the home page. On the home page you can see our activity. So the person you're following, what all they have started. Okay, so like this person has started this BlockFi, right? So and you can see like who has followed who, right? You can see all such things as well, right? So you can basically see all the, so it's really good. So like why you should follow good developers is one reason, so that you can see what they're up to and all such things. Coming back to my profile, I'll now open the let's say I'll open one of my projects. So see, these are the codes. Let's say I have a py file over here. I hope this is the py file, right? So yeah, this is the py file. It has some lines of code over here, right? So now see, this is what I meant. How is this file visible on GitHub, right? Now I'll show you this exact file on my local system as well. So this is the exact file that you're seeing on GitHub as well, right? If I like open this, so this and this are literally the same thing. I have just hidden some of the files. So there I have like chosen which files are not to be visible on GitHub. You can choose all such things as well, like which files you want to push and which files you don't want to push, right? So all those things are there. So see, this is basically my local repository. It's local, and this is the same thing that I have now hosted on GitHub. And now whenever so what I do is let's say I add more feature to this project. So I'll open my coding file. I'll code something, let's say in this coding file which I have, I'll code something. Now I have made the changes over here, and now I want this to reflect on GitHub, right? So this is now the new version that I have done is going to be maintained by Git by using some commands. So that is there. So now what GitHub is going to do is, once I push it to GitHub, what will happen is it will read all those Git files, Git versions, and it will update it automatically over here as well, right? So you can see over here that this project was updated like a month ago, 29 days ago. So how does it know, right? Because it has because I'm like syncing this and that manually. So it's not synced, like automatically like Google Drive, Dropbox, and OneDrive. It is synced manually by running some commands. And what GitHub does is basically it takes the Git versions and it hosts them on its own server, right? So going through the whole GitHub now, you have the first section as code, where your whole coding file is. You have a readme.markdown file. Here you add the details of what all. I have not added the details because I'm lazy, but you basically add the details of how your project is supposed to work and all such things. You have have an issue section. You know what? Let me show it for some other project which will cover all this. Right. So like a whole. So like this is TensorFlow repository. So you can see this is the code. It was recently updated 10 hours ago. Right. So you can see different versions have been maintained. Like this folder was updated 10 hours ago, but this specific folder was updated 16 months ago. So this folder, there were no changes being made, but this folder, recent changes have been made. So that's there. Some require some file which are stable, you don't need to make changes to them, but something that needs changes, you can make changes, right? This is the README file. So the same README file which you have here, right? You can see is visible over here as a default. So README is a file which is going to be visible over here by default, right? You have issues. This is where you report your bugs, right? So all the issues in your code that is not working. So these are the issues that people have reported that, you know, this is something wrong with your code. So you can see type performance, meaning there is a performance issue in your code, right? There's a type bug, meaning there's a bug in your code. So people can tell, like, you know, your code is not perfect and there are issues over here, and then they report it, and the main developers or the contributors basically work. So you can see 3,000 of them are open, meaning they have not been resolved, and 24,000 have been closed, meaning that they have been resolved. Okay, so those bugs have been taken care of. So that's their pull request is what we're going to be working with, right? So let's say, so you have something known as fork. On the top right, you can see where my mouse is, right? Fork basically creates a own, like you basically copy the project of the other person inside your own GitHub, right? So I'll be covering that. And when you make changes to that, you can send a pull request, and if the person likes the changes you have made, they can push it to the main project, which is this one, right? So I'll be like, once we do that, it'll be easier to understand. So these are the pull requests that these guys have accepted, right? So you can see what all GitHub Actions is recently new. I'll be explaining what this does. Projects is basically like a project viewer. So it's like you can add to-do list, what all has to be added, what all bugs has to be so like review requested changes approved by the reviewer. You can also basically see some timeline kind of thing, right? So it's basically like a project manager. You can mention the to-do list, like, or I have to add this feature in the next version. I have to remove these bugs in the next version. I have reviewed this merge, this pull request, all those kind of things. Security tab basically allows you to read some security policy of how you have to use the repository, or like how you want bugs to be handled. So we won't be covering actions, security projects, and, you know, issues, because you need a full working project for that, right? Insights basically lets you see, you know, like some data on your project, right? How many people started, how many people have, you know, like merged it, pull request to it. So all these visualization you can see of like how popular your whole project is, right? So like, let's say I'll open code frequency over here, and so additions and deletions per week, right? So addition means how many lines of code have been added. Deletions means how many lines of code have been removed, right? So it keeps track of all that. So you can, so this insight is basically that. Watch over here, if you see, is basically what, when you add watch, when you enable like watching over here, what will happen is you'll get email updates about every time and some change has been made to this whole thing, right? So it can be annoying. It can become like a spam for popular projects, because you'll be getting updates every hour or so. Star, as I said, this will be added to your personal collection. So it's like a bookmark. So you can go back and refer to this project. For, as I said, it will create a personal copy of this in your own GitHub, right? So we'll be showing you this wall. So this is your whole overview, basic overview of GitHub, right? So now that you understand like what GitHub does, we can get started with Git, right? Now I hope while I was explaining this, everyone has done the setup for Git for Windows. If there were any errors, please like let me know. We'll try to resolve that after the session, most probably. So the first step is going to be creating a folder where you want to work, right? So I would, for the purpose, I would suggest to start avoiding projects with spaces in between them, right? Because you'll be working the terminal, and many times what happens, spaces throw error. So in place of space, I'm using an underscore for the folder that I just created, right? So demo project underscore project. Now this is an empty folder, it has nothing in it. Now with the first step starts, what we need to do is we need to let Git know that this is where I'm going to start my project. So you need to initialize a Git setup file, right? So how do I do that? For that, you need to open Git. You need to open this whole folder in CMD, right? So the easiest way for doing that is you go to the link bar. So this is called the link bar or the address bar. You can just go and click over here, or you can hit Control L on your system and it will jump to that link bar directly. And then you type in CMD, right? So what this does is, if I type in the command present working directory, so it will jump to that location, right? So there's a difference between running CMD directly. So I'm going, let's say at the window runs, or I like search for CMD and I run it. Okay. So now look at present working directory. This is C user socket. Now this and this location are different. I mean, you can totally look. This is less specific. This is more specific about my whole project. Okay. So many people get confused with the files in the path in CMD. CMD meaning command prompt. It is the same as your file explorer. So file explorer is basically GUI. They have visualized the whole thing. There's buttons and everything. You can see a graphical user interface to interact with. There's a UI, right? But for CMD, there's no UI. So most people get confused, but there's a difference. Like if I go to projects folder, I see these all folders are there, right? But I go in demo project folder, then I see that it's empty, right? So how to so the same thing is, the same concept is over here as well. Right now I'm over here. So if I type like the command ls, which will tell me a list, I see that it is empty because there's actually nothing. It gave me no output because this folder is empty. This also reflects empty. It's the same thing, but you're just using commands. Now let's say I go back to the parent directory, which is, so what is the parent directory? It is one step back. So this is the child directory, this is the parent directory of this is this directory, so on. So right, so all these directories are the parent directories. So I'll just go so cd double dot. So these are some simple CMD commands. They're also the same on Linux, right? I think you might have learned it in your first year, if I'm not wrong. If you guys are if you're in like second year or third year, right? And now if I look at my present working directory, that's what PWD stands for. You can see that it has gone one step back. There is no / demo project. So now if I do ls, you can see that it has given me some more data, right? So see, so that's the difference. I see demo project and all those GIF files which I have, which are this exactly, right? So it is very crucial that you make sure that you are in the correct directory in your CMD. And how do I make sure of that? The easiest way is you type in you go to the link bar, type in CMD, hit enter, right? I have changed my title bar over here. I mean, you can see 11 hour 36 minutes on the right hand side. I mean this, but you should see the present working directory by default, right? So I have changed my in my settings, so don't mind that. I just don't prefer seeing the whole long path again and again. So my present working directory is this. Now to make sure Git has been installed, you can type in Git and you'll see a huge amount of data that has been thrown at you. These are all the different commands that are available by using Git. And if this works, it means that you have Git is working for you. Another thing is you can make sure you can check Git -- version and make sure you have the latest version, right? So this is the latest version of the 2.28. Again, look at this, right? We were talking about versions, right? So this is a version number. So like so the previous versions will probably have lesser features. So we see versions are pretty common in everything that you buy. So that's why, every app you use, even on like your phones, every time you update an app, if you go through the the information, we'll see the version number. There's an option where you can expand the whole details of the app, right, on Play Store. And I'm not sure about Apple, and you'll see the version number over there, right? So basically version number lets you know that 2.27 is probably the previous version, 2.28 is the newer version. So the more the increment is there, the more the newer the version is. Now most people will think having the new version is the best thing. Not always true. Sometimes they prefer using the old version. Not in this scenario, I'm just saying it as a general, right? Like once you work with multiple projects, you will have a project that is using a specific version, and let's say a new version comes up, and now that version is going to break your code. Okay, so what I'm trying to say, let's say you're using version 5 of a software, and your project, let's say it's a video editing software, right? And you have using the version 5 of the software, you made a video, right? And it works fine. Now let's say you try to open the same project in a newer version, it might not open, right? So you would require the older version to run it. So the same concept. So depends on the that's why maintaining versions is important. Sometimes you would require to go back to the older versions, sometimes you would require the latest version, whatever works for you, right? So there are multiple reasons for maintaining versions, right? So now I'll clear my screen, CLS. So that was just to check if this thing was working. But once again, make sure you're in the present working directory and there is no space in your folder name. Now how we're going to get started is we're going to have a command called as git init. Init stands for initialize, and what that means is you're letting Git know that, okay, this folder that I have created, I want to use Git over here. So basically whatever I code over here will be my project, open source project, or just a project, right? So I'll click on git init, and you'll see initialize empty Git repository in this location, right? Now if I go back over here, you'll see that a folder has been created. Most of the time you won't see this folder because it's hidden, right? So you'll have to go to view and enable hidden items to see it, right? You can see it's slightly faded, right? The icon, that means that it's a hidden folder. Like look at these icons, they are dark, but this icon is hidden. And if I go back over there, you can see it has created its sync, right? So now it has been created, but there is nothing really to, like you have created a Git over here, but this is local. Now you want this to reflect on your GitHub as well, right? So what I'll go do is now I'll go back to my why is this not going down? Yeah, so I will go to my GitHub again. Let me just hit home button so you guys are over here. So go to github.com. Please let me know if any issues are there. So I don't see any issues as of now. So yeah. So this is my home page, right? Now you see this plus icon over here. This plus icon is basically for creating a new repository. So we'll be just focusing on new repository as of now, right? So you click on new repository and a lot of more options coming up. So the owner, as I said, is the main developer, right? Repository name, basically what you want your project to be named as. And this is what is going to be visible to people. So like my repository name over here are messages using Reddit, right? So that's my repository name that I've given. So having a why does this thing keep coming? How do I stop that from coming? Okay, one sec. I will just minimize this, and I guess this much should do it. Okay, where was I? Yeah, here. So once you click on the plus, you click on new repository. I hope you guys are following my steps, right? Let's name it something whatever you like. So you can go ahead and name it demo project if you want. So this is going to be your first project, or else you can name it as I'll be naming it as Hacktoberfest Git demo project, right? I'm adding I have a habit of adding underscores. You can leave space, that's fine too, right? And wait for the tick mark to come. You can add a description, it's optional, right? So I'll just say our repository consisting of Git commands, right? Just a simple description as of now. So see, this is what I was talking about, public and private. So you get people to be able to contribute to it. Maybe your team you're working with, right? So that's when you go for private, but we're not going to go private because we want this to be public, right? Rest all you can add a readme file, add a git ignore. I would not suggest you do it from here. I would suggest you do it manually from the folder. I'll be showing you how. Choose a license as well. I'll be sharing a link. Okay, so it goes beyond the scope of this whole thing. So but I'll give a brief description. So what license means is that So see, you have written a code, right? And you have made a project. So now this is considered as intellectual property. Now, what does intellectual property mean? That whatever software you have made, that is your property, right? No one else has any, what you say, claim over it, right? Even though it's open source and everyone is contributing to it, the main project idea was yours. The main initialization was of yours. So anything that is not what Mark Zuckerberg did, right? So the whole project idea is yours, and the code is, so he only had the code but not the idea. So intellectual property is basically means that it's yours. Right now the thing is license. Basically there are different types of licenses that allow you to that give you different kind of freedom, right? So like let's say one license can be that anyone can use your code but they cannot make monetary benefits from this. What does that mean? That anyone can use your code but they cannot use it for making money. Now what does that mean? Let's say you have a project A and someone comes up and makes project B. Now let's say he is using some tools from project A. So the simple example of this is, let's say you're importing a library, right, from Python, right, for example, and it has and now the thing is you're using someone else's project. So this repository, let's say, was made by someone else, right? So that is an example of that. So let's say you have a project which you have made and you say that nobody can use it for monetary purposes, meaning nobody can make money out of it, right? So like you can have a license which basically says that if your project has been used even in small parts in some other major project, right, they cannot make money out of it. So that kind of thing, right? So different licenses give you different power to claim your project. So you can have, like, if someone is using a project, they have to always leave behind a source, meaning who they are using for the they have used your project, so they have to mention the source, right? So there are different licenses which will give you different powers. So that is this will be more useful when we'll be actually making a good end product. When I say end product, meaning that something that right now, like me and you all are like learning to just make simple stuff, right? It's not an end product like TensorFlow and all like that, where people are actively contributing to and all those kind of things. So it's we're just making some simple projects. It's not an end product. So, but once we make something, we are good enough when we make an end project, we should definitely go and have a license for it, right? So people don't misuse it. So having said all that, just make sure the repository name is there. You have added a small description, it's public, and none of these options are tick marked. Then click on create repository. Okay, so as soon as you have created a repository, right, you can see it a new page opens up, and this is the link. I hope everyone is over here with me. So you'll be having your username over here, obviously, right? So this is the link that we want to use. So this link is what will exactly connect your local repository, which is this folder, this empty folder right here, right? This empty folder and this link is going to be interconnected. When I'm in layman language over here, right? When I say interconnected, it means that you are basically this is your local repository, and this is your GitHub project. So this link this project does not know that this project exists. Get the idea, right? I mean, every time I create a new repository, it not know, right, that who's what folder on my local computer is my actual project in, right? I can keep making X, Y, Z number of projects on my GitHub, but I'll need to connect the X, Y, Z to its relevant folders on my system, personal system as well. You get the idea? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect this folder where my demo project is with this repository on GitHub. So whatever changes now I make over here, I'll run some commands and it will be reflected over here only, not on some other project, right? So that's where people get confused. So that's why you have to make sure that like this link is with you, right? Now, before we start using this link, we need to set up few things, right? So I had given some commands as well in the where is this thing? I have so many links open. Yeah, I had at the end of this file, I had given these two, I think 16th and 17th step, right? I had given 2 lines to set up your, like git config file. So this basically means that now again, when you install Git, right? Git does not know like what is your username, your email, or your password on GitHub. Now Git needs to have access to these 3 things so that it can, push the local files on the server, right? So for it to know that after you have done git init, so this is a one-time process, right? So what you do is you go and basically you use this, you write down this command, right? So you can, if you have this file open, you can, I think I'll just copy paste it over here. Yeah, I'll copy paste it in the announcements tab over here. Right, global user dot name and then quotes git, meaning you're telling the CMD, which is this command prompt, that you want to run the git command, right? So as you might be knowing, git has multiple commands, right? Like I showed you, it has time, never mind that, it has time, it has present working directory, it has ls, it has lots of command. But what command that we are specifically looking for is git command. So that's the first line, the first word over here, git, telling that I want to use git. The second over here, keyword over here is config. Config meaning I'm telling now git what command I want to run via git. So the first command is telling CMD which command I want to run, then that is git command. The second keyword is telling what command I want git to run. Now the git knows that, okay, I want to, so first command was git init in this case, right? Meaning which means that git knows that I have to initialize I have to initialize a repository in a local folder, right? Now that was init. Now I want to use something else which is known as config. Now config basically you use for setting up your username, your email, and all such things, right? So it's short for configuration. Okay, dash global, meaning that you want to make this change in global scope, meaning that whatever you have done is going to be valid for all the other folders as well, not for just this folder. It could be for my other projects folder as well, right? So that's why so whatever you run in your using global will be reflected for the whole actual config file, which is on the global scale. User.name pretty self. You basically tell this is the keyword for telling that I'm going to enter my GitHub username, and double quotes username is where you mention your username. So mine is Outcast Dreamer. I'll just go ahead and type that out. So you should see no output. That means it has worked perfectly fine. If you see an output, that's probably an error and something has gone wrong. So go back and check your spelling is correct or not. Similarly, same command. Guys, give me a second. This yeah. So sorry about that. So no, the next command is going to be user.email, right? So now you're just letting it know that what is your email. Okay, I'll just delete it directly. So like my email for this thing is this is the email I registered with on my GitHub, right? So I mean, please don't note down, this is not my official email. It's just for like spam email, so that kind of thing. If you want my official email, I'll be happy to sell which I use for work purposes. I'll share it later on maybe. So this is my email which I have registered with GitHub. So when you signed up, what is the email address that you used? You have to mention that here. So these two commands are actually only for the initial setup. So you do this one time and you don't have to mention it again. Maybe if you're changing your GitHub account, right, then maybe, but if you're using the same GitHub account, then you don't need to. So it's a one time, right? Now, once you have done this, we use something known as git remote. Now what this means, again, you're telling CMD that I want to use git remote, meaning now you're telling that I want to communicate with the server, right? Now, so when I say server, what server? You probably mean either Bitbucket, GitHub, or GitLab and all such things, right? So in my case, it's over here. This thing, this exact link is what I want to run, right? Now I'll come here. So I'll add the command git remote add I'll add a keyword, okay, let's say demo, but actually let's leave that, we'll just go for origin, and then I will add this link over here, right? So git remote add origin and the link. So now don't copy paste, type the link that I have written here, right? You have to go ahead and copy the link you have, it's showing for you over here, right? And then you hit enter. So before that I hit enter, let me explain what is happening over here. Now see, git again for telling CMD that you're using git remote. As I explained, now this command is for telling git that I want to connect this local repository, which local repository which you initialize using git init, with this specific link. So you're remotely linking this repository, this local repository, with this link. So now they're going to be interconnected, right? So remote does that. Add, meaning you're telling remote that I want to add this link, right? So it's pretty self-explanatory. Now what is this origin? So origin is actually a nickname, or you can say a variable name, okay? So why do we require that? Now see, every time you want to, let's say, push something to, or like update something, you'll be using this link again and again. Now copy pasting this link again and again, or typing it down again and again, it's going to be bothersome, right? It's pretty long. So what you can do is you're just using a keyword. So you're using add origin, meaning you're saying add this link using this keyword or this nickname. So what is going to happen? This whole URL is going to be now stored in this nickname. So every time I refer origin, what is going to happen? It's going to directly know that, okay, I'm talking about this link over here, right? So it does not need to be origin all the time. It can be anything, right? So you can keep it Batman or whatever you want, does not really matter, because I mean, as long as it's proper English alphabets, right? So it does not really matter. So git most common one is git origin, right? So that's just an example. You can keep anything, just remember it. So again, you should not see any output, but if you want to check if it has done anything, you have something known as git remote -v. Now what this does, okay, so git remote -v, this wouldn't have given you any output before if you have not run this line, right? Because I ran this line, now you see that it has updated it. So see, the origin keyword has been assigned this URL, and it has been assigned in two methods. One method is fetch, another method is push. Fetch method basically takes everything that is on the online server and syncs it in the local folder, and push whatever work you have done on the local folder, it pushes to the online GitHub page, right? On the GitHub profile, on the GitHub repository, I mean. So -v over here basically version, right? So it basically tells you what all remote you have running, right? So whatever you're remotely running is basically these two lines. Now that you have set this up, we can get started, but frankly we cannot, right? Because there is nothing in our demo project. So to push something, there has to be some code that you can push. So what we can do is you can probably like start like a text file, right? So you can open a text file, and let's just name it, demo.txt, and I'll go ahead and I'll add some lines in it. Hello world, this txt file exists for demo purposes only, right? So that's I added 3 lines of code over here. Now I have added these, but does that mean that if I refresh this over here, that the changes have been made over here? No, you see, there's no files being mentioned here. In my code, do I see demo.txt over here? No. Even though it is over here, it is not reflecting on my GitHub page. Even because the thing is, you need to run few more commands for that to work, right? So once you have this txt file over there, come back to your CMD, and what I'm going to do now is git add dot. Now this is basically telling use git, use the function add or the keyword add, and what this add means is that you're telling what all files you want to push to the GitHub, right? So let's say it has multiple files. Okay, let me go ahead and add more files. For example, I'll call this one demo2 and something, right? I have 2 files now, and that's about it. Let's be just 2 files over there. So now when I say git add dot, right, this means dot actually is pretty common in terminals. It means present working directory. Okay, so dot means your current directory, right? So dot means whatever is in your whatever is in the local folder, I want to add all those files. So see, now what you're doing is you're telling Git basically what all files I want to push to my GitHub repository. So for example, you can, if I go to my another project, just for demonstration purposes, my bad, you can see it has multiple documents. It has this checkpoints, it has virtual documents, it has this testing, it has this config JSON, original JSON, and then this txt file, right? So it has lots of file, and then it has the coding file. Yeah.
Participants want a 10 minutes break. We just made a poll and many of them want a break. So can we have a 10 minutes break in a while?
Okay, sure, no issues.
Cool. Just let me know when.
Do you want to have it now? Okay, you know what? I will just take it for the next 20 minutes and then we'll take a break because I don't want to stop the flow. Or we can take it now only. What do you?
It's totally up to you.
I'm just thinking. If I like, if you come back after 20, like 10 minutes, it will still be fresh in your mind or not. Okay. I think I'll just take 20 more minutes instead.
Cool.
Right. So guys, please hanging there. I know Sundays or most people want to enjoy and everything, but trust me, all the good events, workshops, like so like the developer weekend and all the Hackfest and all, they all happen on Saturdays and Sundays, right? So it's not like every Saturday and Sunday something is happening, right? So so when it does happen, you should probably not feel lazy about it. That it's my Sunday, it's my off day. No, probably try go network with people and all such things, right? So I have learned a lot from such events as well. So I'll just come back to the point again. So see, if you look at this whole thing, there is testing, there are multiple files. But if I go back to the repository for this, why is it not clicking? Yeah. Now look, so if I go back to code, you see that there are only 4 files, 5 files. Git ignore this 1, 2, 3, and 5. But check over here, there are 11 items here. 1, 2, 3. I mean, you can literally see these 2 folders are not there, right? Testing folder is not there. Then original.json is not there, and this txt file is not there. So why? Because these testing, as you can see, it's basically for my own purposes. I test over there. I don't want to make it to push it to the actual repository because it has lots of bugs and all that kind of thing, right? And all that kind of thing. So you can basically tell Git using git add that what all files I want to add and what all files I don't want to add, right? So you don't have to push everything, right? So but this dot basically will push everything to the GitHub repository. So that's the difference. Now I mean there's also something known as git ignore, but I'll come to that later. So let me show you before I run that, there's something known as git status, right? So git status basically does what it says. It will give a status about what all is happening, right? So see, now coming to the keyword commit. Now what does commit mean? Okay, so commit basically means that there is some like where you have different versions, right? So different versions will have different commit, and what commit means is that there are let me show it over here on the website. Will be much easier. So you see 11 commits over here, and you see these comments over here, more efficient code, made Reddit API optional, initial commit, right? More efficient code. So these comments are basically commit, okay? And what commit basically means that every time you push, it will like now I've clicked on it. So these are the previous versions of my whole code, right? So this was like on 11th September, my initial file, right? So if let's say I go over here, I click on this link, so you can see that okay, this extra thing had been added. These things have been deleted. Whatever you see in red has been deleted. Whatever you see in green has been added. All right. So this line was deleted. These lines were added, and these so many lines were deleted, right? So I might have done something, and these so many lines were added. So it's like basically like a typical workflow. You delete something, you add something and all. So it's maintaining all that. So this commit basically has 301 additions and 145 deletions. So that is this commit, and you can see it has its own ID, right? Some unique number, and it has its own comment, and the comment is more efficient code, right? So this is basically for us humans to understand, because we cannot recognize by this ID, right? So like the concept of IP address, most websites have an IP address which is just numbers, but we cannot remember Google by some random numbers, right? We remember Google by google.com. The same way, we cannot remember this random hexa value, right? So but we can remember more efficient codes. So yeah, okay, I'll look at this code and I'll be like, okay, yeah, so I have made this code more efficient over here, something like that. So that's that I've added, which is equal, which is basically telling me this is this, right? And so this is what is showing over here as well. No commits yet, meaning that I have not made any changes to my repository. There's nothing there, which is true. There is nothing in my over here. This is empty. This project, I have not pushed anything. So whenever you push something, meaning whatever is on a local, you push it to your GitHub profile, GitHub repository, that becomes the commit. Okay. So what we are going to do is going to be our first commit. You know what? We'll probably take a break now. Okay, so we'll take a break of 10 minutes, and we'll be back by 12:15 or 12:17. Let's keep it 12. Niren, 12:15 is fine, right?
Yep, that's fine.
Or do you want to keep it 12:20?
12:15 is fine, I guess.
12:15 is fine?
Yeah.
Okay, cool, guys. We'll rejoin again in 12:15. Please remain online, right? And once the timer is up, I'll be back over here again. Okay, thank you. Okay, hi everyone. I hope everyone is back. So few of you have been saying, I've been going a bit fast. So I'll try to slow down, right? And few of you had a doubt against how to create a repository and get the link, which I had gotten over here, right? So I'll do that, right? So another suggestion for everyone is that see, there's also something known as the wait, I'll share my screen first. Yeah, can anyone let me know if it's visible?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So yeah, so this someone asked for like how to download for Mac, right? So you can directly do this command. That's what I had come up with. So beside the same thing is for Linux as well. You have something known as apt-get install git. So that will install for Linux Linux OS, right? So now coming back to my point here, so there's actually something known as GitHub Desktop, right? Which kind of does the same work, but it has limited freedom that it gives you. So instead of typing these commands that you're seeing in which I'm doing right now, you can press some buttons and they'll do the work for you. But the thing is, it does not give you as much as freedom. And as software engineers, like future software engineers, I would like really recommend that you guys get more more used to working with a terminal, right? So like the CMD, like what is present working directory, ls, how to change directories, at least that much. Basic shell scripting and all those things is actually a good knowledge to have, because typing all these commands not only improves your typing speed, it also helps you get, once you get used to it and have a good typing speed, you'll actually prefer this much more than like writing using buttons and all such things. So I'll retrace my steps back again. So for those who asked how I got the link, right? What you do is you go to your GitHub profile. So I'll open a new tab and show, but I won't be creating it. But I'll just be showing what happens. Okay. So you see this page should pop up, right? And what happens is you click on the plus button over here, right? And you click on new repository. Now this thing should pop. Maybe I should change the dark color for this one sec. This hurts my eyes. Okay, so now it should look the same for everyone. So yeah, so this is the page that should come up when you press the plus. You name the repository whatever you like, demo project, right? Once you do that, you click on public because you want this thing to be open source. You want it to be visible to the whole world. Then you don't tick mark any of this and you just click on create repository. Once you do that, you should get a page like this, right? And it has a page like this, and it has over here you will see the link, right? So a page like this should be there, and you can directly copy paste from this button over here as well, right? So let me know if that gives solves the problem, right? I guess if I dismiss, they can still view it, right? Didn't?
Yeah, Saket?
If I dismiss, they'll still be able to see the messages themselves.
Yeah, they can.
Okay, cool. So I'll just dismiss this. So if everyone has gotten their own personal link for the repository they have just created, so we'll go back to the step, right? So I'll write down the steps again, right? That is there required. So you do first thing is git init. The first step is first you go you open cmd in the current folder, right? So how did we do that? We went to the folder that we just created. We went to the link bar or type Control L. So use more keyboard that I said and type in CMD and hit enter. Once you do that, this thing should come up, right? The CMD should come up. So it's the same thing, but no GUI. So no buttons and all. So you just type and do the work. So that's the first step. Sorry, where was this thing? Yeah, open CMD in current folder. Then you hit git init command, right? It initializes the whole thing. Creates basically, when I say initializes, what does that mean? It creates this .git file which is hidden. So you have to go to view and hidden items to see it. But do not mess with this. Do not delete anything because it contains all the information. Let it be as it is. It will automatically update itself, right? Via the CMD commands which are going to run. So git init creates all this file where GitHub basically reads this whole folder and then decides what has to be updated on the website and what does not has to be updated and all such things, all the information. And how is this folder created? Using this command git init. Once you're done with that, right? Actually, the second step, let me say, is going to be a config commands, right? So config meaning you set up, this is only one time, right? So you just set up your name, your username, sorry. And the same thing for your email as well. So that's, you don't have to do this every time. Right? Once you're done with this, then you do git init. So 2 and 3 you can save later on once you have done it for the first time. Oh, come on, okay, never mind. Let it be there. And once you're done with git init, we do git remote add origin, or I'll just say keyword so you guys know that that's a keyword, does not have to be origin, and then link. Now this is where you paste that link. Which link? This link, right? So once you create the repository, you name the project. After pressing the plus button, you name it public. You do not check mark any of this. You create repository, right? This should pop up. How do I remove pin? Okay, never mind. Yeah, so this should pop up, and the first thing under quick setup you should see is this, and you can already see that it has mentioned the commands that we are going through, right? Git init, git add, readme.md, git commit, git branch. Does not really matter. So I'll be telling all this again. So what is happening? So I was explaining git remote at that time. What this does? Remote meaning you're telling that this local folder, I want to now make it interconnect with this folder, right? So this online repository. So you can consider repository, if that word is too confusing for you. Repository is something like a folder, right? Which will consist of all your coding files. So that's your fifth step. The next step is git add. So you can either use git add dot, and I'll add a over here, or you can use git add file name, right? So I was at this step, so I'll show you. So for that, first we have to create two demo files, right? So I have created these two demo files, but they're over here. I have not made the changes over here, so you do not see anything over here, right? Now to make the changes, we'll continue with the command. So I was explaining about git status. So after you have done with this, so you can do so I'll add an or over here. Or, right? So you could so this means hash means please don't type the hash, it's for commenting, right? So meaning I've just added for description, add all files in the current working directory. Only add a specific file, not all files, right? So as I showed, like in this example, where is GitHub learning? Yeah, like in this example, I did not want to add some of the files. I only wanted some 5 files to be there. So I specifically mentioned the which I want. So that instead of using this command, then I went with this command, right? So that I can only mention the files which I want to do. Now 7th is again git status. This will tell you like you can run this anytime you want. It will tell you what is going to be what is the current status. So when we did this, we got something like no commits yet. Now commits means, as I said, is anytime you push something. So what does the word push mean? Okay, so see, right now this file is local. It has not been pushed over here. When I say pushed, it means it has not been updated over here, right? You can see these two files are not visible here. So I have not done the work of pushing. But before I push, I need to add a version number, right? Because Git is a version control system. So how do I add a version number? That's where commit comes in. So whenever we commit, we're creating a version, right? And every time so every time you commit, right, so it will create an ID, as I said, which you can see over here. So this is the ID it uses for its own reference, right? It will use this for its own reference, that this ID has this many changes done, like all these red lines were deleted, the greens were added. So these were the changes made, right? That's for its own reference, this ID that it knows. And this comment over here is basically for our reference to know that in this this is the version that had some work. So I'll explain this once right now. So how to commit? You have a command called commit -m and then message. Okay, so what does this mean? Git commit -m initial commit. So git meaning you're using the git command, commit meaning you're telling which function you want to use, -m is a argument, right? So that's the exact word it is, and you're telling that -m stands for message. So this is the message that you want to display on the for this version, right? So when I showed you this, right, more efficient code, this is exactly this over here, initial commit. Right now I'm writing initial commit. It could be anything, right? It could be initial commit. It could be something related to the thing, remove bugs, right? So in the next, so like now, let's say you made some changes, you perform the after you have done that, you do git add, then you do git commit, right? And then you're like, okay, so in what is the change I have made? I have removed bugs. So the next version is going to have its own ID, and the comment that will be added to it is going to be removed bugs. So people will know, okay, in the latest you have just removed bugs. But since we are right now, initial commit is used for telling people that this is the first version, right? And I will just go ahead and do that. So once I do that, then I'll be able to explain better, right? So now you can see on branch master, initial commit, untracked files, these two, nothing added to commit, but untracked files present. Okay. So now what this means? Before that, I forgot to do git add dot, my bad. So I'll go ahead and do git add dot. Yeah. And now if I do git status again, cool. Okay, so see this. So when this was the command I run previously. Now see this, what is done? Branch master, I'll be explaining what branch means. Initial commit is the message that we dropped here, -m for the message. Untracked files. Untracked files, that means the files that have changes been made, but Git does not know that these files have been added. So you need to use a add command for it to know that, okay, these are the files that I want you to track, right? So that's why I did git add dot. And what does this mean? That all these two files at the same time, all these files will be added, and now it is going to track them, right? So now if I see that it has become green over here after doing git status. Before git status, it was red. So whenever you see something in red on git status, it means that those files have not been tracked, and the files which are untracked won't be posted, won't be pushed on your repository, online repository, right? Oh, hope everyone is still with me over here, right? So I don't see any comments over here as of now. So I'll add the next command over here. Is after you have done git add dot git status, now you do git commit -m initial commit, right? And again you can run and git commit git status now. So you'll see the difference. Once you did it before, it was red in color. Now it will become green in color, meaning red meaning that those files where Git did not know that it had to track it. Now it knows that it has to track it because you use git add, or you can remove this, no issues, right? Now, once you are done with this, you need to still push it, right? So you have added a version number, right? So basically, after doing git commit, now it knows that you have made a commit called initial commit over here, and it knows that this is a version, this is version 1, but it still has not reflected on our website over here, right? So for that, you have a command called as git push -u origin main, right? Before October, it was master, but since the recent October update, now it has become main meaning the main branch. So I'll explain about the branch as well once you go to forking. But yeah, git push -u origin master. So what? So now if you before I run this, we had done git remote add origin and then the whole thing, right? So when I say git push -u origin master, so what is meaning is first you're telling CMD I want to run git, then you're telling I want to run the push function. -u refers to user. So right, if you remember, you did git config username and git config user email. So this -u is referring to that for this specific username and email, I want to push this to origin. Origin referring to which link, right? This link I want to push it to. So instead of typing this whole link, I can now just use origin, right? So git push -u. Now, don't think that you can use the link directly here as well. No, you have to use a keyword as far as I know it. So you have to run the 5th command, right? Git add keyword over here. Here the keyword was origin in our case, right? And then the link. So you run this, and so what is this meaning? Git push -u origin main. As I was explaining, push meaning you want to now, after you have committed, you have added a version number and everything. You have committed. You want to now push it to the actual thing. So now you type in git push -u origin main. Okay, I have changed my settings. For you, it might not work with main. It might work with main. For me, it works with master. Outcast source respect master does not match any. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. I guess you have to now mention the branch as well. Okay. Never mind. So since the new October update, now there's an extra command. I think I believe before this was not required, but I guess now it's required. So we'll try running this now. So you need to tell. So see, what is the main branch, right? So let me try to explain that. Maybe there's going to be a diagram for this. GitHub branches diagram. Let me hope there's a good diagram for me to explain. It will make it easier. No, these are too complicated. I guess this should do. Yeah. So see, there's something known as master branch. Okay, so what does this mean is that as you can see this main big line over here, I know it sounds very complicated, but once you get used to it, like initially, like try not to understand the concept behind the whole thing. Just try to like follow the steps, and like later on when you start doing things on your own, you will find some error, go back to Stack Overflow or some forum, type in the error and see what it says and all such kind of things, right? So see, so what master branch means is basically, let's say you have your main code, right, which is a stable version. Stable version meaning that there are probably no bugs in it, and it is the most working version of the whole project, right? So whatever that is going to be the master branch. It is the main code. Okay. Now from the master branch, you can have other branches as well. So let's say if master branch is a stable, then you can have a branch that can be like beta version, right? So now what the difference why we create branches is that it helps us distinguish their different types. So master is going to be the stable, then beta is going to be different. So there's going to be more testing in it and all. So when people will want to download, they can choose whether they want to download the stable version or the beta version, right? You must have seen that. So it's kind of like that thing only. So right now, when you create a new repository, what do I do about this? Okay. Where is this? Yeah, here. My bad, I was already here. So now, now that master word has been replaced with main, so it's the main branch. Main branch meaning the main file where your code is going to be working. So after you have committed, you have to tell Git that where you want to push it. Do you want to push it to the main branch, basically the stable version, or do you want to push it to a different branch, let's say the beta version, or do you want to push it to, let's say, a different branch, which is the team version, where the team is working? For example, you have a team and they're doing work, something like that. So different branches, but we don't need. Let's not complicate this, and let's just think that we only have the main branch, right? So this thing is more of like a power user or a professional person is going to be having multiple branches. So this is again when I said you are going to probably make a proper end product. That's when all these things comes in, right? So we'll just run this command. Previously, before the October update, you did not need to run this command, but I guess now you need to. Branch name failed. Okay, I'll try master. What have I missed? Failed to push. Seems fine. I'll just rerun the codes again, see what is missing. Okay, initial commit, 2 files, more changes. Yeah, okay, fine. My commit message did not work previously for some reason. So see, this should be the order: git status, git commit, and now I can directly go git push -u origin master or main. So mine over here, it clearly says is master. For you, it might say main. So just keep a check on which one is the issue, right? And now I mean, which one is the branch name that has been used? Right? And just wait for a second and you should get some output like this. And here you can see that branch master track remote branch. Basically, this is the like all the work. So it's counting the number of objects, compressing the objects, okay, and then it's pushing it to this link. Right now, if I go back over here and I refresh this, you can see now demo.txt and demo2.txt has been added. 1 minute ago, there's one commit only because that's my first version. And then if I go to initial commit, it will say that I have only added 2 lines, right? So like where did I click over here for that was this initial commit. So that's the comment that we added. Remember, git commit -m initial commit. That's the message that's displaying right over here as well. And last command that we ran here was git push -u origin. I'll actually use keyword again, keyword master, sometimes main. Depends what they show during the commit, right? So you can see the 2 files have been added. If I click on them, you can see the data inside them, right? So I'll take a minute over here and I'll look at your responses and let's see that everyone is on the same page. So if nothing works, you can try from the step 6 again, right? So git add dot, then git status, git commit -m initial commit. One more thing, once you do git push -u this command, it will probably ask you for your password. Okay, for me, it's not asking because I have multiple times used Git probably, but since you're probably using it for the first time, it needs to know that you are the actual user of this profile, right? I mean, I might copy the link from the, I might copy the link for this project and I might want to push it to it, but I'm not the owner, or the owner should only be able to push it. That's why it requires your password. Okay, so once it asks your password, enter it. It's probably going to ask 1 or 2 times and then it's going to understand, okay, you're the actual owner and it won't ask you passwords again. So I'll just leave this open and please let me know from the DSC team if I'll just wait for 2 more minutes and let me know like if it is working or not. Few of you can like also once it has been updated, probably leave your link to your how to do that. Just go to the repository that just got updated, go to the like this page, right, and you can just copy this link and paste it over here maybe, and then maybe we'll see like yeah, it has worked or not. So these are the commands and let me know if it worked or not. If it worked, please respond by a yes, so I know at least few of you have been able to follow up. So just start from 6A, 7, 8, and 9. Anyone who was able to do this?
A few people from YouTube Live have it working.
The YouTube people are commenting.
Yep.
It's working there?
Yeah, even MS Teams.
Okay, MS Teams, let me check. Yes, it worked. Okay, that's great. Okay, so once it's done, you should be able to see your demo and demo.txt added over here, right? Now what we'll do is, I'll wait for 1 more minute. I mean, okay, and we'll just see if anyone has problems or not. Please let me know. Okay, it's a learning process, and I'll try to resolve it. I mean, we are still going on like a time slot, but still, let's try to like everyone have be on the same page. Right, so congratulations guys, for those who have done it. You have pushed your first project to GitHub, right? And now I'll like Niran, let me know if anyone has any issues, right? So I'll just go on ahead.
Yeah, sure.
So now, so see, we have done this. Let's say now again, this was the few of these steps where what I would call as not required. Okay, so anything above 1 to 5 is what I would call as the setup commands. Okay,
Saket, one person
1
has
to
this doubt. Where should the .txt files be created?
I explained in the beginning, right? So you have to create your own folder over there. Then you once you have created the folder, you type in cmd, press enter, right? So these are the exact commands. Open cmd in the current folder. So what you do is go to the create the folder. It will be empty. Go to link bar, type cmd, right? Control A delete, type cmd. It will open the cmd in that location. Create that. Once you are there, type in git. If you have done these two steps, just skip it. Then type in git init, right? And once that is done, create the two txt files over here, and then follow with the further these steps. Okay. I'll do one thing. How do I? Okay, you know what? I will now I'll show you one more. Now I'll add the README. Okay, so in GitHub, you can see that over here there is help people interested in repository understand your project by adding a README. Okay, so what is a README? README is basically like you might have seen it for a few software that you have downloaded, how to install and all. It's a guide on how to get started with your project, right? So like if you go to any good project, they will have a README over there, minus mine because I am not a good, but I'll see if some of my repository has a READMEs or not. I think this one has, right? So it has a README. So this is a README. And the extension it follows is .md. So what is .md? It's known as Markdown, and Markdown you can say is the simplified version of HTML, right? You can consider it as that, and it's a pretty useful for displaying in like in web browsers as well, as a like a web page which for whichever browsers support it. So you can see that I have added a brief description about what this project is, right? And all the steps that are involved, some notes and all that kind of thing. So we will be going on ahead and we'll be adding a description of our own for this project that we just created, right? So how do I add this README? So it's a description and the README is slightly different. So if you remember, when you created a repository, there was a description which was optional. This you can view over here, repository consisting of Git commands, right? Now in README is going to be what is going to come down over here. So how do I add a README? Do not click over here. So this is the one thing I'll take some time to explain. See, you can create files and you can add files from here that you can see directly. Yes, you can. But the problem is it's going to cause an error in syncing, right? What I mean by that is, let's say you add a README over here, or you add a file using this, right? What is going to happen now? Your website, the GitHub page has been, but the Git in your local, this Git folder in the local does not know of this changes. Do you understand? It's not just one way. Right now, what we did, we created this Git folder using Git in it. We added some commands and all. It got to know it, and then it went ahead and we communicated that with this GitHub, right? Now let's say I make changes over here directly. I add a README directly from here, and I add a file directly from here. What problem will that cause is, the GitHub has been updated, but the .git folder over here, it has not been updated. So the local is behind and the online server is ahead. So there's a clash, right? They are not matching anymore. So that's why whatever you do, keep it one way. Either you upgrade all the files directly from here, or you upgrade it locally, like how I taught right now, right? So we'll go ahead and we'll add a new file, which is readme.md. For that, how do we do that? Go to your current working folder, in which your project is there. Go to new. You can go to then txt file, text document. Instead of saving it as a txt, write readme in caps, okay, without a space, as you can see, readme, and then add .md behind it. MD for markdown, right? How we have extension like HTML for .html, .py, like that. We have MD for markdown. So we'll just go ahead and add and click yes, does not really matter, right? And then go ahead again, and then like if you have, let's say, an editor like Sublime, Visual Studio Code, or Notepad++, go ahead and open it over there. That's much more preferred, right? Or else you can open this with, you can go down to open with, and you can choose Notepad, right? So you can choose another app. Like what did I do again, in case you are confused? Let me show that slowly. What did I do? I went to new txt file, and then I saved it as readme. Then I changed, I'm not going to, okay, never mind. And I'll change the extension to .md. That's all I did, right? So you can see in my type direction over here, this is an MD document, right? And this is, unless I don't change the extension, it's now it's saying that yes, and now it's saying it's already exists. So I'm just going to say no, right? So because I've already created it. So once you have created it, right click, open with. Okay, if you see Notepad over here, good. If not, you can probably see your default text editor that you use for coding, Sublime, Visual Studio Code, PyCharm, whatever, depends, right? And then you go to choose another app. If you do not see Notepad, okay, this thing will come up. Then you click on more apps, scroll down, choose Notepad, right? And you can check mark this, always open the files using this, or you can leave it, depends on you, right? So I'm going to be opening this in Sublime, which is my favorite editor, right? So let me open this in a separate, yeah. So this is my read.md file. And now you're just going to be, or you know what, let me open it in Notepad only so that you guys are not confused. Okay, so I'll just open this with the Notepad instead. So again, open with, choose another app, more apps, and Notepad. Right, so it's an empty document as of now. Yes. Now what I'm going to do is, Markdown has its own syntax, just like HTML, right? So it's used for designing web pages. So you can just type down Markdown syntax for GitHub, right? And I mean, you can also use HTML if you know, right? So if you know HTML, that's good, or else you can use also as all the examples that are shown over here, right? So like for adding headers, you can use a hash, right? So like, for example, if I want to display this in H1, like in the biggest font, I can use a hash over there and then type the biggest font. But this whole event workshop is not about writing Markdown files. So please just Google Markdown for GitHub and learn how to write Markdown files. So, right, because we cannot cover everything today. If you are comfortable, you can use HTML if you're aware of that, right? So I'm just going to add something like git commands for Hacktober, right? And then I'm going to close my h1 tag. So see, even though it's saved as a .md file, I'm still writing HTML tags because it supports it. So do not go and change this to .html. Let it remain .md only, right? And then I will go ahead and what I will do is, all these commands that I had copy pasted, I'll just go ahead and paste it over here, right? That's about it. So this is going to be, I'll add a separate HR tag. So that's a horizontal rule. It will create a line if you guys don't know HTML. So that's not important, but I'm just trying to show like what this does. And then I'm going to save it, right? Now that I have saved this, does this mean that it's going to reflect on my GitHub page? No. Which one was it? Yeah. What should I do is I'll probably move it to the left. So no, because it's still showing two files only, right? Because see, now my local directory is ahead and my GitHub page is behind, meaning that I still have to go ahead and repeat my steps. Which steps you have to repeat now? Steps only from 6 to 9. So it is git add, git commit, git push. These three steps you're going to be using frequently, right? Now, but since I have only made change to one file, instead of doing git add dot, I'm going to now say readme, right? So what I'm going to do is, in my CMD, first make sure I'm in the same working directory. So I did present working directory as a command, git add, and I'm just going to write re, hit my tab. So tab button directly should bring auto complete this for you. Okay, and I'm going to hit git add. Now if I look at git status, it will say new file and read.md. Basically, it has basically now told me that yeah, there's a new file there, right? Now add this there. I'll add git commit -m added readme. Right, and then it can say one file change 15 insertions. So what does 15 insertions mean over here? It means these, not this, sorry, this thing, it is counting the 15 lines of this. So 15 insertions is talking about that. Now, so I have, see, for main commands, git add, git status, git commit. I've added my own message. Now it's different. Now I'm going to do git push -u origin master, right? Now I did not get any error. Okay, now I'll go back here and I'll refresh. Now look at this. Just because I added my readme.md, you can see that it has added all this over here as well, right? But you can see that it has not added the dash, like it has added all in one line, because as HTML, same as HTML, even Markdown ignores a white space. So it did not consider this new line, right? So you have to know some HTML tags. Anyway, I'll make that change, but you can see that this has been added. So it's the same thing that you're seeing over here, right? And because of this addition only, you can see that a description has been added over here. And now look, it says 2 commits. Why? Because this is the second time I am doing git commit. And look at the commit message over here, added readme. Now look at the different versions how they have been maintained, right? See, add readme is there, but these two still are in initial commit, right? Now the reason for this, and this was updated 80 minutes ago because that's the last time I made some changes to it. Now the reason for this is because only this file has been made changed, and only because I added this file only, right? So quickly I will go ahead and I'll add a command to. So there's this something known as pre-tag. Okay, so you can ignore what I'm trying to tell right now. I'm just making a minor change. So pre-tag basically displays the whole text as it is, right? So that's what I'm going to do. So like consider a shortcut, right? Or instead of pre, let me use something which you guys are more familiar with. I think you should, if you guys have done what you say, HTML, you should know what is BR tag. It's called break rule, right? So it basically creates a new line, right? Like how you have /n in C, C++, Python and all. So that kind of thing. Right now I'm just adding a new line. Hopefully it will still not be the cleanest output, but yeah. So now, so you guys also go ahead, add anything in your readme. You don't have to follow whatever I have written, right? It could be anything else as well. So like how I edited it in my notepad. So so one thing, make sure after you have done editing, you press Control S or you go and click on save so that the change has been made on your hard disk, right? Let's say if you do make a change and you do not save it, what is going to happen? There's no change going to be made on your hard disk, and so if you push it, it's going to be still the old file only. For example, let's look. If I just add some spaces, you can see at the top right there's a small asterisk symbol that has been added. It means the file has not been saved. So that's one way to tell. But yeah, once this is done, right? Again, I will go back. I'll do git add. This time I can do another thing is most people you might be thinking if I just because I mentioned git add readme that's why that file was only updated. No, that's not the case. I can go ahead and do git add dot as well. Okay, but the difference is that when I do dot, in case I had made changes to these two files as well, they would also be updated in the next commit. Okay, so I'll show you what I mean by that. So I'm just going to add minor changes as my message, and then git. You can use up arrows also, right? So I used up arrow instead of typing over here right now. Yeah, so you don't have to add exactly what I had added. You could just have, so yeah, you can see that now everything has been added separately because of BR tag, right? So this thing exactly is been displayed here. So that's the role of README, right? So this is like a simple guide on how you can use like how to use your project, right? So it's very crucial. Now you can see again, even though I had done git add dot, which means that all the files in the current directory, only readme.md was made changes to. The reason being because I had only made changes to that. So even though it is adding all that, since nothing was done to this, it's not saying anything. And you can see 3 commits now 20 seconds ago, right? So go ahead and add a readme.md file, right? You can add anything over there. You can just type in like just a demonstration project or something like that. So like that, anything you can do, right? So let me know if anyone has any questions as of now, or any doubts, or any confusion or errors, anything like that. So please text message now. So one critical thing you guys need to understand is that everything above step 5 are one time only, right? Git init, git remote, and all that. Okay, so for example, let's say you have another project that you're making. You'll go to projects, you'll create a new folder, right? You'll create a new folder, and again you will inside that folder you'll go. This is like, let's say you're making a new project. You'll go again, you'll type in cmd. Now this opens in that direction. Again, you'll type in git init. So git init, every time you start a new project, you have to do. Once you have done, then you don't need to type git init again and again. It's only for the first time, right? For the initialization. So now you see that this thing has been added. Now again, let's say you want to reflect this on your GitHub. You'll go ahead, add a new repository, and follow the same steps, right? Like git remote add and all those steps which I had mentioned over here. So I'll add dash over here maybe, and I'll call this as 4, 5. Okay, that's a lot of numbering. So in the meantime, if any one of you have a doubt, please text over there about your doubt. Okay, I missed number 1. That's probably it. Never mind. I'm not going to rename again. That's about it. So yeah, so first step is going to be setting up your username and email. So that's one time, right? After that, so that's global level, meaning it's done. Now you don't have to open the CMD again and again and do it every time. Now the next step is what you call as project level. So this was global. This is project level. So what does project level mean? Every time you create a new project, you have to open the project wherever you're creating the project in folder, make the folder for that, open that folder in CMD and create git in it. So this is project level, right? So I'll probably write project level over here. And let me change this to global config level, right? And this is now what you would call as, let me also add this command over here, my bad. Yeah, so project level, and the lastly over here, I'll say that this is updation level, if that makes sense. So see, global config level, meaning you have told Git that this is my username and user email. You don't need to tell it again and again, right? Project level, every time you create a new project, right? Let's say first time you created tic-tac-toe game, next time you created, let's say, a hangman game. So example. So every time you're creating new project, you need to perform this thing. So let's say you made hangman project folder, then you'll open that in CMD, go to the link bar for that link bar, meaning this thing, this location, you will go there. You'll go over here, type in CMD, right? And open the CMD, git init, git remote add keyword. Where you will get the link from? Go back to GitHub, add a repository, for name that hangman project, right? And then add git remote. So this is project level. So these two, the first one is only one time, we are done with it. Project level, every time you have a new project, you're going to do it one time. Now, every time you're updating a project, these steps will be there. Okay, so these last 4 is the main important point, right? That's about it. And I'll add additional statements, I guess. Additional are like just helpful in another case scenario. So in that case, you can add git remote -v. So as I discussed this will return you the version of your keyword, which keyword you're using, right? It will tell you that. So any doubts? Let me check. I don't see anything. Okay, so I will do one thing now, since it's almost time for lunch break. I'll just go back to my PPT and cover 2 special repositories. So what all we had covered till now, I'll share the link to the, this PPT as well, right? So in that I have given a small description about what all these things do, right? And so this is again the simplified commands after setting up: git add, git status, git commit, git push. These are the ones you're going to be using again and again. Many times what most professionals do is they make a batch file or a script file or a py file which will have already these things running, and they'll add it. Like I have this git.py file. What I have done is I'm running all these commands directly using a py file. So I don't have to mention again and again. I just directly run python git.py and all these steps are automatically done for me. I just have to enter a commit message, right? So I don't have to type the message again and again. So I've just saved it in one py file, right? So many times people do that. Once you get used to it, you can also do it, right? And now, so now that you know these are the commands that you're going to be working most with, we'll go with something known as special repositories in GitHub, right? So there are two special repositories. We'll just cover this topic, and after that we'll come back from lunch, and maybe I'll ask Niran for 20 minutes to show how to fork and do pull request, right? Username repo and username.github.repo. So I'll show you what that means. So if I go back to my profile, right? So you can see that this README that has come up, right? This whole my name is this and I hired there and all this, and this all information and how many hours I worked in this week and all those kind of things, right? This is this repository called Outcast Demo. So this is if you go ahead and click on new repository, okay, click on new repository, and you go ahead and name it as your folder name as well, okay? So for me it says that already exists, but look what it says. You found a secret. Outcast Demo is a special repository that I can use to add a README to your GitHub profile. Make sure it's public and initialize with a README to get started, right? So what has happened? Come on, man, why is this thing coming in between? Yeah. So see, this is a repo. What has happened once you create this repository? So you go ahead, create a repository, and name it your username exactly. So Outcast Dreamer, I have copied. Keep it public. Ignore all this. And once you're done with that, go to your local folder, create a new folder. You can do git init, do git remote add, copy the link of the your username repository, whichever comes up, and create a readme.md file like how I showed you. One thing you and then you can basically like copy paste, and basically you can then what I have done over here is where did I open that link? How do I remove this? Yeah, I'll also move this to the left. So see, this is the repository, and this by default, this special repository, whatever README is there, is going to be the first thing that you see when you open a profile, right? So that's the purpose of this thing. So if I click on this repository of mine, you can see that this is the README I've added. If I click on the README again, you can see that, this is the whole thing that is there. You can also click on raw over here, which tells you like the code behind it. So now this is all the coding and all that thing has been there, right? And all those kind of things. I have used the last section probably won't work for you guys from over here, because I have used bots over here. So don't use mine as a reference or like directly copy paste. You probably have to do a bit of research before you copy paste mine, right? So anyway, so my main point was, if you go ahead, create a repository with your own username, right? And you can add a README over there, and whatever you add over there is going to be the first thing that pops up when people open your profile, right? So that's Outcast Dreamer, and this it's a repository, but the only function it has is that it shows by default as soon as you open your profile, right? So not everyone has it. It's a recent feature, but you can go ahead and add it, right? And you can also add some bots over here using GitHub Action, like how I have done over here. But that's probably out of the scope of this thing. So these two bots I have for like visualization purpose and all that kind of thing. Beside that, there's another special repository which is username.github.io, right? Now, what does this mean, right? So this means like how you had a username repository, go ahead and create another repository. So this will be useful for your next session, where they'll be teaching you how to make your own portfolio. So you can use this method for hosting your portfolio online. Okay, so what you do is you go ahead, click on Outcast Dreamer. I mean your sorry, my bad. You click on the plus sign over here, and you rename the repository as your username dot github dot io. Right. So for me, it already exists, and the specialty of this repository is that if you add something known as the index.html file, so probably most of you won't understand this if you are not done basic. So there's something known as index.html. Whenever you open a website, that's the index.html is the first file that the web browser uses to display the home page, right? So you basically, once you create this HTML, you have to go ahead and um, add index.html to it, and whatever you display in that index.html will become your website. So for example, if I go to now Outcast Dreamer GitHub.io, right? I have not updated this since, you can see 8 months ago I had updated it, right? So this is the website, and now this has been hosted via GitHub, right? This whole thing. So for this, how to work with this, I have added a link in the PPT again in further resources, right? Which is pages.github.io, sorry, pages.github.com, right? How you can host your own portfolios. There are a few settings also you have to do, right? So maybe if we get time, I'll cover it in the next session. So Naren, can we break for lunch? And you guys can try after we have done with the lunch for like any doubts you are coming up with.
Yeah, we can do that.
And maybe I'll cover it. Okay, so we'll break till 2 p.m. Is that fine, Naren?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, guys, please leave questions if you have any. I hope you were able to learn something, right? Let's connect back after lunch. Please be there because we'll be the main part once you have learned open source and Git, how to use this, how to do pull request and how to make your own portfolio will be covered. Without knowing that knowledge, you won't be able to take part in Hacktoberfest, which has a requirement of having at least 4 pull requests, right? That's how you get the prizes. So make sure you're there at 2 p.m. Okay, thank you everyone. I'll just unshare.
forget me. I just want there to be more. You can't wait to be remembered, just like the kids before. Take me to the promised land, is what you said I'd get. Is what you said I'd get. I don't care if you forget me. I just want there to be more. You can't wait to be remembered, just like the kids before. Take me to the promised land, is what you said I'd get. Is what you said I'd get. I don't care if you forget me. I just want there to be more. You can't wait to be remembered, just like the kids before. Take me to the promised land, is what you said I'd get. What you said I'd get.
Make up your own rules as you go. Stay only true to what you know and who you are. And who you are. The road may be rough, you might not see the top, but winners don't quit and winners don't stop. The leaf may look large, you might think that you'll fall, but winners aren't born, winners work hard. They work hard. You can't win if you don't play. The game might be dirty, but it's okay. You can't win if you don't play. You can't win if you won't play. The game might be dirty, but it's okay. You can't happiness in me. So tell all the rain clouds to move along. The storms of this life can't take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place. This joy in my heart, no one can take away. So tell all the rain clouds to move along. The storms of this life can't take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place. This joy in my heart, no one can take away. I'm just here to the time of my life, the time of my life, and make it last. I'm just here to laugh, leave the sadness behind. Joy on my mind all the time. No, I won't waste a second. I won't waste a single minute. I'm just here to make the most of life with happiness in me. So tell all the rain clouds to move along. The storms of this life can't take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place. This joy in my heart, no one can take away. So tell all the rain clouds to move along. The storms of this life can't take my happy song. The hurricanes will tread on a different place. This joy in my heart, no one can take away.
We stand upon the ledge so high, like we are not afraid to die. You're wild, oh then you smile, and turn the sound, up, so loud to me, around, like a wolf you are. Oh, so loud, turn me around, round, round, like a wolf you howl, and turn the sound, 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 so loud, turn me around, round, round, like a wolf you howl, and turn the sound, 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 so loud, turn me around, round, round, like a wolf you howl. To life, oh, you brought me to life, and revived, teach me how to see. You taught me how to breathe, my love, oh my love. And when the night sky comes to feel in tune with you, oh, with you, yeah. And send the sound, 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 up, so loud, turn me around, round, round, like a wolf you howl. Oh, you brought me to life, and sound, 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 so loud, turn me around, round, like a wolf you howl, and turn the sound, 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 so loud, turn me around, round, round, like a wolf you howl.
So is everyone here? Niren will get started.
Just wait a few seconds, Saket.
Okay, I guess we'll start at 2:05 so that everyone comes by then.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
It's October already.
It's a Hacktoberfest.
And if you don't know what Hacktoberfest is,
It's a celebration.
And it's an open source.
Hacktoberfest is a month-long celebration of open source software
created by DigitalOcean.
It's changing the world one pull request at a time.
You can be a developer, designer, or even a content writer.
In short, you do open source contributions and you get lots of swag.
That's swag bag. This is so amazing.
Look what I got. Yeah.
A Hacktoberfest t-shirt, guys.
I would like to thank DigitalOcean for sending me this t-shirt because I was participating in Hacktoberfest.
So join us for this year's celebration of open source software at hacktoberfest.com.
Let's get hacking.
Saket, I guess we can start now.
Okay, cool. We'll get started then. I'll just share my screen. Okay, let me know if the screen is visible.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to drop the link for this repository, right? Because I've added this git commands.txt file. I think I'll directly link that, right? Which has all the things. I think the file was shared as well in the WhatsApp groups, but I'll share it again in the you can download directly from here as well. So you'll be able to see, like if you go back over here, in case you ever wondered how to download the code and go through it later, right? So quick demonstration of that as well. You can click on code over here, the green color thing you see here, and you can click on that and click download zip, right? So that will download the whole thing, right? So I'll just drop the link for that in MS Teams. Oopsie. Yeah, you can mouse it. right? Now, how to fork a project, right? So what does forking mean? I know it sounds funny, but it's fork. The pronunciation matters. So coming back to, so in the next session, that's going to be handled by a web development team, right? So there's Anurag, Adarsh, and Darshan. So all these guys will be like telling you about how to make a portfolio and all those stuff. But I'll be like telling now on basic on how you can fork it and create your own pull request, right? So the first step is that on the top right, you'll see a button called fork. And what does for oh, sorry, my bad. I have to view this right now. I'm signed in 2 accounts, right? So let me just sign in again with this account and view it. Right, so let's say I want to fork in some other guy's other project, right? So first I'll have to search it up. So I'm going to search DSC Reva, all of GitHub, right? And let's go on users, and that's where this is, right? So you guys also have to like know the profile of DSC Reva. We'll be sharing it later on for so that you can perform pull request on it, right? And this is the project that I want to edit, right? So the whole scenario, right, how we said, right, open source, you can view the code, so you can view all the codes that's there, and I can then like create a clone of it, and then I can like make my own edits, and then maybe ask them, hey, do you like this or not? Maybe if you like it, you can push it to your own code as well, right? So fork basically what it makes a clone of the, so if you can read fork your own copy of the project to your account. So what it does is to take this whole project and create its own create a clone of it in my own account, right? And why is this useful is that so that the original project is not disturbed. Anyway, we don't have the permission to edit anything over here, right? Because I'm not the owner of this project, so I cannot make any edits in the original file. So what can I do is, instead of disturbing the original file, right? Because see, let's imagine like anyone can edit any file. The problem is going to be that someone might just leave a virus in it, or someone might just leave bugs in it, or someone might just break the code. Someone who's not professional might add more problematic code, right? So that's why you do not have the right like the permission, the admin permission to make changes to the main project. So but I'm interested in this project anyway, so what can I do to still work on it? What I can do is I can go ahead and I can fork it, right? So when I fork it, you can see that it has this nice GIF of this process going on, and now it has been added to my own account as well, right? So you can see fork from DSC Reva, and you see the symbol over here, and so it has made a personal copy of that. And this branch is even, so you see this comment over here, this means that this branch is even, meaning that they both are on the same level. There is no difference between the original copy and my own copy. That makes sense because I just made a copy of it, right? I have not made any changes now. But another thing you guys have to understand that now this fork I have made is on the GitHub page. It's on the server. Is it reflecting back on my laptop anywhere? No, it's not. So I need to do something about the so that it reflects on my system as well. So we're going to use the same method that we have used, but we are going to add one more command as well, and that is going to be git clone, right? Git clone and then link. So clone basically what it does is it will basically take it will create a clone of the repository as it is, and that's about it. So that's all it does, right? So first step is, again, you go to the project that you want to go. So I went to DSC Reva Hacko Lantern, right? From there I click fork, and then I once that was done, this page loaded up, right? And now I want this to be on, now this is on the website. Now I want it on my personal laptop, right? So that I can edit the file, right? Because I can't edit over here, it's too troublesome. So what I'll do is, again, I'll go on code over here. Make sure you're on HTTPS, right? So you guys will be following the steps when they are going to be teaching about it. So you don't have to worry, just look at what I'm doing right now. So you don't have to follow this, do not follow these steps as of now, I guess, but just understand how it's done, right? So they will be doing a demonstration of this again. So I have forked it. and I come to code, and then make sure you're on HTTPS, right? And then copy. So you can click over here, or you can just select everything and hit Control C, and that copies it, right? Now go back to your project where you want to copy it. Let's say, okay, so now the thing is, this thing creates its own folder. Whenever you git clone, it will make its own folder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in CMD again, and then I'm going to type git clone and that link that I just copied, right? So that is the fork copy. Now look over here, right? If you can look over here, there is no folder name hack or like hack or lantern right now, right? You can see there's no folder name like that. So what? But once I clone it, look what happens. You see this? This folder has been created, right? But this does not make. Now you would be thinking, okay, so finally now this thing is on my local. So now the GitHub page and the local is on sync. No, they are not still in sync, right? Because only remote will make sure that it is in sync. So how do I check if there's a remote or not? So I'll just go and type in git remote. So you can see, not a git repository. Okay, wait, my bad. Once you have created the, you have cloned it, right? Once you have cloned it, now you have to open the whole thing again. The whole thing again in what do you say, CMD again. So see, most people, there's something known as, if you right click and if you have successfully installed Git for Windows, you'll see something known as Git bash here. So that does the same thing. It will open the whole thing in what you say, in that location only, right? So that's one possible solution you can do instead of typing CMD again and again. But the problem with this is only run the copy pasting in this is a bit more troublesome. You have to right click to copy it. You cannot use Control V, right? So I just don't prefer it. It's not personal preference of mine, but that's one thing you can do. So that's why I prefer CMD. You also get more access to Git bash. You won't get access to Windows command, right? But with this, you will get access to it. So see, I'll repeat my steps again, what I did. Okay. So first thing was I went to the actual project, which was by other developer that I liked and I want to contribute to. So that is so as to not disturb the main project. I make a fork of it, right? Now when I make a fork of it, it will create its own. It will create a personal copy in my own laptop. In my own account. Now that it has made a personal copy of it, I need it in my personal laptop as well in the local directory. So I'll go to code. I'll make sure HTTPS is there, and I'll copy this link, right? Then I'll go to the parent directory where I want the folder to jump, right? So this was the parent directory projects. Over there, I wanted this thing to come. So I do git clone. I open the CMD here and I do git clone, right? So I think it's this one. Nope. I closed it off. No problem. So I did git clone and I copy pasted that link, right? Later on, now once the folder has been copied, now I need to open the CMD again in this new place, right? So see, before my CMD was open in this place, and that's when I did git clone. That's where I did git clone over here. And that's why this whole folder, and now you might be wondering why Hacktoberfest only, right? So this is because the actual name is also Hacktoberfest, right? So it has copied the actual repository name, right? So I did git clone in this location. It created that folder. Most people, what they do is they'll create a new folder. Okay, they'll name it Hacktoberfest, for example. What is the repository name? Then they'll open the CMD again over there, and then they'll do git clone. So what does that say? It'll create a folder inside a folder. So that's why I was telling that you can do it like in the parent directory, then do git clone. So it will so that it's there where you want it to be. There's no it's not in the same folder again and again. So it's not Hacktoberfest, and then again you create then you do git clone inside that, and again Hacktoberfest has been made, right? So let me see if I have something like that. Yeah, so see, this is an example of that. So there is, I had done a git clone before. I created this folder before, radar.ml, that I forked from Niran's like GitHub, right? So I did a git clone of that, and before that I had made a folder then I opened this folder and I opened the CMD here and I did git clone. So it created the folder again, right? So just to avoid that, I just what I did, I opened the CMD in parent directory itself. I did git clone so that I just have one folder and it's peaceful. I do not have a folder inside a folder with the same name, right? So once that is done, now you have to go back to the path inside that. So again, I'm going to, now that it has cloned, I'm going to go git, I'm going to type CMD over there, and now I'll do git remote -v, and you see that it's already connected to my original, since I have done clone, it's already connected to that main thing. I did not need to do git remote add and all that kind of stuff, right? Now, suppose I want to make a change, right? So see, this is the main point. I want, so this is the main DSC Reva Hackto Lantern given style.css. You have to make changes to the index.html. I mean, make a copy of it and make changes in it and then send it to it. So what? So I'll show you how that is done. Once I have forked it and once I have what do you say, cloned it, I'll come over here. Now I'll make my changes whichever I want to make. So according to the task given, what you will do is we'll make a copy of index.html and style.css, right? So we'll make a copy, and I'm making a copy right now, and they will explain this process in a bit more detail. And now I'll just rename it as sake.html and this CSS as, so this is what you're exactly going to do. You're just going to change it to your name, right? Or you could just have kept, sorry about the background noise. So now I'm just going to open this in my editor, right? Whichever you use or prefer. I guess, yeah, it hanged a bit for there. So now I have made a copy of it. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make some changes to the bio, right? So I'm just going to say, hi, my name is Saket Saun. I love coding, right? Project 1, let me say automation, for example, and cool machine learning project 3. So you guys have to go a bit more into detail when you're doing all this, right? So I'm just doing it for quick so that we just don't go too much in detail. Okay, and experience also. Right, so something I've made some changes, right? Now that I've made this change, let's say I made this change, and wait, I need to change my name as well. Where is John Doyle? Yeah, so I'll just change the name here as well. Right, so let's say I have made so see, this obviously some change, right? Before there were only these files up above, right? I'm sorry, my laptop is slightly hanging now. But yeah, you get my point, right? Above style.css, there were only these really files were there. Now I've added 2 more files. That's a significant change. I have done that, right? I have added those 2 files. So you're going to do the same thing. You've got it, then you're going to clone it in your local repository. Then you're once you clone, you open it in your CMD. You're going to make a copy of the index.html and style.css, rename it to your name. Then you're going to make the changes as the task, which they will explain. And once you're done with that, I'll come back to my CMD. Now I want this to reflect on my repository, right? So what I'll do, again, my basic steps, I'll do git add dot, I'll do git commit -m, added my web page, or let's say web page portfolio, for example. And then I'll do again git push -u. So I can see now that this one has main over here, right? So master is not going to work this time. So I'll use main. Get push origin main. So I'll come back over here. I'll refresh this. Right, and now you can see that saket.css and saket.html has been added over here 33 seconds ago. Now this change is not going to reflect on why is this thing still here? I don't know if you guys can see that or not, that black pop-up bar. I don't know, but yeah. So now this thing is not chained in the main directory, right? So see, in my case, I'm signed in through my account right now, right? So this is my account. You can see that there is saket.css, saket.html, and this is mine. And now you can see this branch is one commit ahead of DSC Reva, right? Because I have made some changes, right? And if I want, I can hit compare over here, and it will tell me what are changes I have made, right? So it's going to load, and it's going to say that this file was added, saket.css was added, and saket.html was added, and that's the only change that has been made. Now that's why I am one ahead of the main branch, right? Now let's say I want to push this to the main developer to say that, look, I have made this change. Do you like it or not? So now we're just doing a demonstration of it. In real world, there's probably going to be something that is relevant to his project, right? So I'm just going to say that yes. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to go back to my own thing, and I'm going to hit on pull request, right? So that's where the magic begins of open source. You click on pull request, right? It's only comparing if there's actually some change or not. So now it's saying, yeah, there's some change. So it's going to say able to merge. If you get that tick mark, okay, some changes are there. 2 files changed, right? And I'm going to create pull request, and then I'm going to add my own comment, add in my web page portfolio, create pull request. Okay, once I have done that, I'll come back over here, right? I'll refresh this page. The main, so you guys won't be seeing this because you don't own this account, the DSC Reva one, but we'll be seeing it. So now you can see that there's a notification at pull request. Okay, and if I go over here, I will see that my information is over here. But now, so again, make sure you just notice that. So I have not accepted the pull request till now, but you can see it's my saket.css and saket.html are not here. So they have not accepted my pull request. I have made a request, but they have not accepted it. That's up to the main developer if they like the feature or not. If they don't like it, it's always going to be remaining over there that they have not accepted it, right? And so what I'm going to do is, since I'll go here. I'll click on this, and I'll click on there's a dismiss option. So right now I'm just like viewing. Again, I'll show you what I did, right? So I'll come on pull requests. So this is for the one right now. You have done your job. You have basically given a pull request. So you made the changes in your own personal place, right? So it's personally, you have made your personal change over here, right? Which has where is my code? So you have to be just sure that your code is open or not, right? So I'll just go and do that. Yeah, so I'm going through my profile. So see, that's so now so understand the difference, right? What I showed you till now was basically making a copy of the main developer's project that I want to make some additions to, or some feature or bug removal, whatever I'm trying to do. I did a fork so that I get a personal copy of it, so that the main stable version is not disturbed. And once that is done, I make a clone of that in my personal directory in my laptop, local directory. Once that is done, I make my changes. What changes I make? I make two files, sake.css, sake.html, right? Then I do git add, git commit, git push, and what happens? It's updated over here, but this is updated only in my profile. It's not updated over here. So I send a pull request. I click over here, send a, and then I click on create pull request, right? That as I showed before. So you just click over here, and option will come create pull request after some loading. And once that is done, now I am at DSC Reva. So this is a different account from Outcast Dreamer to DSC Reva. So now this is the main developer, and now he has an option to accept the request or not, right? It's up to his choice. So let's say you created a project and someone sends a pull request. So how can you accept their pull request? So I'm showing you now that, right? So you cannot force someone to accept a pull request, just letting you know. So, but since I am already signed in, I can show it. So what I did again, so if it is my project, I'm the main developer now. Okay, I'm changing my role to main developer. Before I was trying to contribute, now I'm the main developer, and I look, okay, someone's trying to contribute to my project. So I go and look at the pull request notification that has come up. I go to added my web. So I go and click over here that it has come up over here. Then I'll just go down and I'll like merge pull requests. I'll just click on that and I'll click on confirm merge. So once that is done, see that this has been added over here, right? And look, you have an option called revert. Revert basically will go back to the previous change. Now if I go back to my code, right? Look, sake.css and sake.html has been added. Now notice the difference. This is at DSC Reva. This is not Outcast Dreamer. So what has happened? I have actively contributed to this project, and now if I look down, you can see that my name has been added as a contributor as well, right? So so this is this is what whole open source is all about. So what this is exactly what you guys will be doing as well. You will fork it through your account, right? Then you will go to your desktop, and your first thing is you'll do on code HTTPS, copy the link from your profile, whichever you have forked, then go to your PC, create and then clone it, git clone. Then you will basically make your changes. So the changes that you have to make is make a copy of index.html and the CSS file. There are some tasks that you have to perform that they will explain. You make those changes. Once that is done, you guys send a pull request, right? So once you send a pull request from here, we will be looking at your code if you have done the task or not, and we will then accept your merge request if there is some changes have been if you have completed the task, right? So that's the main idea about it. So once that they have taught you the portfolio and how it is made, okay, let me just run this sake.html file, right? So just to show you guys how it looks like, right? I have not added the image and all. You guys are supposed to do that, right? So because it's just a quick demonstration. Please let me know if it is clear or not. So yeah, so it's like a simple, but if for guys who are very good with your HTML and CSS, they can go crazy over here, right? And now let's say that you want to host this on your GitHub username.github.io, right? Like how I have it in my case. I have a repository, right? I'll go to my your repositories just to show you. So see, I have this. This is a private repository. By the reason being because I use this for hosting my own web page, right? So first thing, so how this is the place where you host your own web pages, like I showed you over here. So GitHub gives you something known as GitHub pages, where you can post, where you can make your own website, right? And this is the basic design. I have not really updated it till now, 2018 probably, when I actually properly edited it, right? So you guys won't be able to see the source code because I've made it private, right? But you can like you can see that this thing exists. And how so what you guys can do is, once you have made your portfolio this, right, you have made your changes on anything, and you want to and let's say your username is what username, let's say I am Batman is your username, so I am batman.github.io. so let's say you want this thing to pop up whenever someone does that, I am batman.github.io, right? So what you have to do for that is you will go back here, you click on new repository, right? I'll so you click on new repository. It's a special repository, right? So as I said, you have to keep the same name so your in your case it will be I am batman.github.io or whatever your username is, right? And once you're done with that, make sure it's public and create repository. Once you're done with that, create a new folder in your local directory, open cmd in that location, do git init, do git add then add this index, add this index.html over there. So whatever you have done over there, right, sake.html. So what you're going to do is this personal copy of that and all those things, you just copy paste over there and rename it as index.html. And what will happen then is you have to go to your settings. And in settings, you have to make sure, if you scroll down further, you have something known as GitHub pages, right? And you have to click on source and choose master, right? So make sure that is there. Anyway, we actually did not plan really to cover GitHub pages because it requires quite some time to configure and all such things. But I just wanted to know there's a possibility. What you guys can do is, once you are done with creating a portfolio, you can create your own username.github.io, and you can keep it private if you want. And once you're done, just whatever you have done over here for this thing, you can just rename it the sake.css, your name.css, and your name.html to index.html and style.css. Add those files to this repository, right? This repository, username.github.io, and just and once after some 20-30 minutes, if your settings are right, like you come up over here and you look at GitHub pages and you have enabled source as master, right? Then you should be able to see this something like this, right? Whatever you created on that URL, right? So that's the main idea behind it. Okay, so I'll just now we'll be going back to the next session, right? Which is going to be handled by our web development team. I'll quickly cover GitHub student developer pack, right? So if you are, if I mentioned in the beginning, right? So if you have your own Reva ID, right? Or your college ID, what you can do is apply for GitHub student pack, right? So this is the link I have added in the PPT, which I'll be sharing, right? And you can see all the benefits that they are there. So there are benefits of having your own custom domains, and like Microsoft Azure Cloud, or all such things. Like many things are there that you can avail, right? So that's one thing. Besides that, please go through good GitHub repositories. And what I mean by that is, GitHub is not all about just softwares, right? There are lots of good learning resources as well. It can, like if you go through my own stars, right? The projects which I have bookmarked, you will find a lot of good stuff over there, right? So like, for example, just this repository over here that I have started. And if you like look at this README, it talks about a roadmap for front-end developers, right? Like what all things that they can pick up. So it's like a good thing for web developers to learn, like, okay, I stand here and I should probably move next here, and all those kind of things. So there are like lots of cool stuff on GitHub. You can go through my stars if you want. There are a lot of good learning materials, right? There are a lot of cool stuff, right? So that's it from my side, right? And we get started with the next session. So the web development team, it's on to you now. I'll have another 2 minutes just to see if anyone has any questions. So if you have any questions, please let me know. The pull and all this part, like how to do a pull request, will be explained again by the developer team. I think they should not have any problem with that. But I think it will make much more sense when you do it with them, right? So any questions? This thing, yeah. In the meanwhile, I will make an announce. Okay, so you're talking about meta tags and all such things. So I'm not sure if it works that way, because whatever HTML files and all such things will be adding in your what you say repository, right? That is not going to be displayed to Google, right? So it really just depends upon that your README file, right? How good your README file is. So the same concept cannot be applied. That's what I mean to say. Like for example, in this case, there is this index.html, right? You can have the in this all the meta tags and all such things, right? But that does not mean that Google will be able to look at it, because Google is not going to go that deep into it, right? So probably your README is what it's going to access at the most. So I wouldn't say it probably does that. Besides that, I'll just paste the link to the PPT, this PPT, and that's it from my side, guys. I'll add my contact info as well. So at the end, if we have further resources, please go through that, right? I've attached some good links over there. And I'll add also where you guys can contact me. I think I have left it on my first page, but I'll add it in the last page as well, and I'll share the link. Okay, thank you everyone. Niren, you can tell the GitHub team to get on.
Yeah, Adarsh and team, it's up to you guys now.
I meant the web developer team.
Right. Hey everybody, and a happy Sunday afternoon to one and all. We welcome you to the second session of the Hacktoberfest online meetup, where we are going to be covering the basics of web development, which is intended towards contributing to the open source for the first time. Before we get started, let us just introduce ourselves. I'm Adarsh Inayar from 5th semester CNIT, and I am the web dev lead for DSC Reva this year.
I'm Darshan K, Web Development Team, 5th semester, DSC Reva University.
And I am Anurag Sharan, 5th semester CNIT, and I am the tech lead of DSC Reva University.
Well, thanks to Saket's presentation today, I'm sure you all have a gist about how GitHub works, how things go around in the open source world, and how exactly you can, play around with the project on GitHub and contribute to the open source. But what we are going to be doing here today is, let's say that you are really a newbie at web development. You don't really have a good grasp about HTML and CSS, which is the core for web development. Now, we are here to help you out with the same. Today, what we will be focusing on is the basics of web development, why it is important, and the scope of it in the real world. Also, we will be covering some concepts regarding HTML, CSS, and a little bit of JS, which we have used in the project. And like Saket showed, yes, we will be building our own portfolio. We have the design ready for you, but we want you to bring it to life, and we have put in certain tasks for you, which after you complete, you will stand a chance to win the limited edition goodies. So without further ado, let's begin. Next slide, please. Right. Now, this is a valid question. Let me say why. Learning has no purpose unless you're able to answer this particular question. Why exactly you're learning that particular concept? Let's say machine learning, why you're learning it? HTML, why would you learn it? So here we are here to explain you that. So HTML is stressed because it is the core of web development. It is like the skeleton, which actually gives you a structure. So people who are weak at HTML, weak at the foundation level, cannot be building great websites. Yes, you can build in websites only with HTML, but HTML is the foundation and you need to be really strong at it. This is the general reason why we stress on learning HTML and CSS before you get started with web development. Well, there is another reason, which you will be seeing it in the next slide. Of course, the Hacktoberfest goodies. Well, we know that Hacktoberfest is all about contributing to the open source, where people around the world promote open source development. Now here, what we are going to do is we need 4 pull requests, all right, in order to contribute to the world and the open source development. And to do so, today we will be going through some concepts in HTML, CSS, which is enough for you to build a portfolio for yourself. And we will have some tasks assigned to you, 4 tasks in particular. And after which, after getting 4 pull requests assigned, after 4 pull requests, you will be standing a chance to win a limited edition Hacktoberfest goodie. So let's go to the next slide. Yes, so this is what our portfolio would look like. So for newbies, this is what you will be developing today. Basically, it will be your bio, a portfolio, of course. You can show off your projects here. Now this, as you can see, is good enough for a beginner, but we need to bring it to life. Only HTML and CSS would not give us great websites. We need a lot more components, a lot more libraries involved in order to come up with a really good project. But today, you will be having a chance to change around things in this portfolio. Given the task, you need to change around, bring in your own creativity, and we would love to see that. So Anurag, in the next slides, will be explaining you what web dev is all about, and you will get a brief description about how you should go along. Over to you, Anurag.
Yeah. So thank you, others, for explaining about what we'll be doing today. So now I'll explain you what is web development at its core. So web development is the work that happens behind the scenes to make a website look great, work fast, and perform well with a seamless user experience. So the word web development can be seen as website development, where we as web developers will be building websites and maintaining them. So I have 3 points explaining you what and why we should go for web development. So first of all is the point that I put forward. Web development is the building and maintenance of websites. So what we web developers will do is we'll see the design, we'll make a website with a good layout, and then we'll host it so that the people can view it. Also, we'll be maintaining it so that if there are any errors, any bugs, we can fix them in the long run. The second point is why you should become a web developer. So when you're beginning your career, you might be presented with different options. So should I go for app development? Should I go for making native apps in iOS or Android? Or should I become a web developer? There are many tracks that you can go on. So to give a point in the favor of web development, I'll say that building and shipping native apps requires you to go through a lot of red tape. So what this means is that there are different hurdles that you will face if you are going through the path of building native apps with Android or iOS or any other operating system. So native app design generally limits your creativity. So you will have to go through the design guidelines and the APIs of the vendors who are shipping these native apps. Like, for example, Apple has their own design guidelines and Google's has their own material design guidelines. And going through these design guidelines will generally limit your creativity. But this is not the case with web development. We are free to develop anything we want in whatever design we want. The people have been very creative with building websites, and you can see many good examples on the internet. Also, apps generally cost more to develop. You need to have a good training in when the brand is looking for people to build websites. So they look for people who have specific knowledge in different apps. So if I am an Android developer, then I'll be hired to make an Android app. And if I'm an iOS developer, I'll be hired to make an iOS app. But in web development, the websites can be used on any platform regardless of their code. So one code will be good for all of the platforms. So So this is why we opt for web development, because your code will be equally good looking on all the different devices that you view it on. Also, websites helps you reach people more faster. So if you go for app development, there are different apps for each platform. You'll have to build a separate app for Android, a separate app for iOS, a separate app for your Android TV or something. So these are different processes. But in web development, what we do is we build a single web app which is visible to all of the people in their own phones. So this helps brands to reach people faster, and this is why web development has more impact on the society right now. So in the next slide, I'll be explaining you the fundamentals of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So with the spirit of Hacktoberfest and Halloween, let me explain you why we need HTML, CSS, and JavaScript by comparing them with a skeleton, a vampire, and a zombie. So HTML, we can view HTML as a skeleton of our website. So HTML is used to lay down the structure of the web page. It defines which elements will be present in the web page and what all the elements we will have on the web page. If you want a image, we'll specify that in the HTML. If you want a heading, we'll specify that in the HTML. HTML is basically the backbone of our website. It will provide all of the structure of our website. Second is CSS. CSS is our vampire. It has style, it has sass. The CSS is used to style the elements which were already defined by HTML. We use it to set the layout of the elements. We used to use CSS to change the fonts. We can use it to add some colors. We can use to add some different styling. So this is why we use CSS. We use CSS to style the HTML document that we have already defined. So, and third is JavaScript. We won't be covering much of JavaScript today. We'll just be touching a slight hint of JavaScript, but JavaScript is very important, and you'll come to know why. It is used to add functionality to our website. So if you've studied any programming language like C++ or Java, it has different elements like variables and functions and all that. So to bring all of those functionality to our web page, JavaScript is used. So using JavaScript, you can do infinitely amount of things using our website, and it is a very cool thing that you can do. The JavaScript is the zombie. It's considered it only deals with the functionality of the website. So in the next slides, Adarsh will explain you about HTML.
So now that Anurag has explained you about web development in a brief, it's time for us to take a look at the most core concept when you're starting off as a web developer. For all the beginners out there, yes, HTML is your way to go at the beginning. HTML simply defines a structure. I have been stressing it and I cannot stress it enough. HTML is your skeleton for web development. So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Now, when I say markup language, it is basically tagging a document in order to differentiate it from the syntax and the text. So you need to know what text should be actually described in your web page. So what we will be doing today is I'll be explaining you a brief about HTML, not going in depth. I'll be briefing you about some certain basic tags and attributes, which are enough for you to get started and build your portfolio for the day. Next slide, please. Yes, when you say HTML, the first thing that comes to your mind are the tags. Now, HTML structure is basically divided into three components. We have three main tags. So the HTML tag. The HTML tag is what says that you're actually working on a HTML project, on a HTML file. So any code that is in between the HTML tags, we say the open tag and the close tag, is the HTML code. And we normally save HTML files with a .html extension. The HTML tag, yes, of course, defines the whole HTML document. After that, we have a head tag. Now here we will define all the head elements, probably when we want to give in some links to our CSS sheets or some other links that we want to provide, or some styles that we want to give, and anything like that. It's only the head. We also have the title here. The title tag is what describes the project. It says what your project is all about. So anyone who's visiting your website needs to know what the website is all about. What's the name of the website? So that will be under title tag, which in turn is under the head tag. After that, we come to the body tag. This is the main part of the HTML. So inside the body is where your actual content is shown. So we have all the paragraphs, the text, the tables, and everything that you want to describe, everything that you want to show on the web page is shown inside the body tag. Yes, now with these three, yes, you will have some structure to your website, but that is not enough. You need something that defines it, something to give some extra in-depth information for it. And that's what we will be learning in the next slide. Now, this is just a basic layout for a HTML structure. Like I said, first comes the HTML tag, the doc type. Doc type is when we are actually telling you that what version of HTML we are using. So under that comes the HTML. Inside the HTML would be your head. Like I mentioned, head will contain the title most often. The title is your web page. Here we can just say my first web page or web page 1, example 1, anything you like. Under that comes the body. Like I stressed, the body is where your main components are there. You have your tags and your paragraphs, your tables, your text, whatever you want to put into your website. Next slide, please. Yes. Now, let's say you want to give a name to your website. All right. You cannot just have the same font or the size. You need the title to be a little larger so that people can look at it. The first thing that they have to look at in your website should be your title. So we have heading tags here, which ranges from different size. We have different size where 1 is the largest and 6 being the smallest. We have 6 heading tags. You can use it anywhere you want. It is just predefined so that it gives you that particular shape and size that you require instead of manually doing it. Then we have the paragraphs. Paragraphs, just like in our normal English, is the block of text. So let's say you want to describe yourself, like we saw in our portfolio that Saket showed, that he's describing his bio. So that cannot happen in words, right? It's not just a single word or a couple of words. You need a group of words. It's a sentence, and the group of sentence forms a paragraph. So we have to use the paragraph tag there. These are all the disciplines of HTML that has to be followed. And yes, we need to do it. So in the next slide, we will be learning some more information about it. Yes, we have come to attributes. Now, let me just give you an example. Let's say you're watching an IPL match. All right, so you get a graphic of the players with their attributes. Let's say a batsman, his attributes would be strike rate, his maximum score, the number of points he has scored in the fantasy, etc. Same with the bowler. Now, what it does is these attributes are giving some extra information about that particular batsman or bowler, that particular player. That's exactly what happens in HTML. Now, the elements here are the players. The way you play with the elements would actually eventually decide how your web page looks like. So the elements, the attributes actually give some extra information for the elements. All HTML elements contain attributes. Yes, like every player has some or the other attributes that defines him or that brings out his uniqueness. In HTML, we have elements that have attributes. Normally, we do define attributes with a name value pair. Let's say a name is equal to a value like what the syntax shows here. We'll be covering some basic attributes, which we have used in the portfolio. So the first one, as you can see, is the href attribute. Now, let's say you want to link a website to your page. You cannot do it by text, right? It has to be clickable, and you need to show that it is a link that you're trying to give, so that people, when they click that particular link, it should redirect them to another website. So here in the syntax, we will define it as a name value pair like we saw in the yellow. Href is equal to the name of the website you want to mention. In this case, it is DSC Reva. And the A here represents that you're actually giving it a link. It is actually linkable. And after the href value, we give some sort of text. It's up to you, but it is always followed, because let's say you just given a link, and links we all know, I mean, sometimes it could be Greek and Latin letters just rearranged in this thing. So we need some text to describe what website it actually is redirecting you to. Next, we have the source attribute. The source attribute is, for example, let's say you want to give in an image, but you want to put in an image, you want to fetch that image from somewhere, and that somewhere is your source. You need to give in your source address, and under the source, you need to give the address of the image that you want to fetch, so that it is understood that you're trying to fetch that image from that particular address. And Now we got image, now we have the source. You're putting the image, everything is done. But you need some uniformity in your web page. There are some standards that you need to follow. Your images should look more defined and it should look good. Web development is all about, mostly about looking good and how it works. So we need width and height there. You just have to crop your images. So if you want to crop your images, you use the width and the height as mentioned in the syntax. Here we use in terms of pixels. And then the alternate attribute, yes. If you actually looked at Saket's bio that he showed probably in the preview, you couldn't see the image, right? Instead, there was a text saying your image here. So what happens in some cases is that when the image is not able to be shown and when you can't see the image, you need some backup there. You cannot just leave it like that, right? It's not good. So what happens there is you give an image source that people has to see. But in the worst of the cases, if that doesn't work, then you need some alternate text to be displayed there. So that is what we call alternate. So if at all that image is not shown, then we will be describing some alternate text there to say that at the moment the image isn't shown, but what exactly that image describes. So this was just a brief about what HTML is. Trust me, HTML is in depth and it is very easy to understand and learn. And also it's very, very important for you to have that foundation in HTML and CSS to move ahead with web development. My friend Darshan will be covering some concepts of CSS and JS before we get into the code. Over to you, Darshan.
Thank you, Adarsh. So I'll be explaining you about CSS and JavaScript. So CSS, why do we need CSS? So I'll give you a second just to go through this meme to understand the meme. So it says, learn to create a website and add HTML to it and add CSS to it in this one. So basically what this meme tells is that even if you add content, as others told us, HTML is used for the content, whatever content, maybe a paragraph or an image, can do that only through HTML. But CSS tells the browser how it's supposed to be styled or how it will be shown to the user. Here, when the CSS is added, the browser understands that it should be text-align center with respect to this page. But when there is no CSS, it goes through the default flow, which may not be user-friendly. So that's the importance of CSS here. So what does CSS stand for? CSS stand for Cascading Style Sheets. The next question is, what is a CSS? So CSS is the language we use to style an HTML document. So CSS defines how the HTML is presented to the user. You can define rules which target specific elements in the HTML document. We can have multiple style sheets for a single HTML document. Now we'll look at the syntax of CSS. A CSS rule set consists of a selector and a declaration block. The syntax is very simple. First, you will have a selector. Selector is nothing but the element which you are trying to target or style. Here we are selecting an H1 element. If there are multiple H1 elements in the HTML document, then the CSS will select all the H1 tags in the HTML document. Then we will have an open curly bracket followed by a property : value. So there are multiple properties available. One best placed is W3 schools or MDN. You can go have a look at there. There are plenty of properties where you can modify to make your website look beautiful and better. Who likes plain old HTML site? We want sites which look beautiful and user friendly. So I have tried to modify the color of the H1 using the color property, and I have set it to blue color. Then I have tried to increase the font size of the H1 element to 16 pixels. And finally, close curly bracket. You can also have another rule set here with another selector with again open curly bracket, property value. You can have multiple properties values for that selector as well. So here, CSS selectors. What is CSS selectors? CSS selectors are used to find or select or target the HTML elements you want to style. There are multiple CSS selectors. we have simple selectors, which selects based on name or ID or class. Then we have combinator selectors, which selects based on a specific relationship between the HTML elements. Maybe a parent-child relationship or a sibling relationship. So based on the relationship, you can target or grab the HTML element and style as you want. Then we have the pseudo class element selectors. Pseudo class selectors basically selects based on certain state. Certain states are, for example, we have a state called hover. So this hover state is when a mouse or the pointer is over an HTML element, say an H1, then we say the H1 is in hover state. So you can style specifically when the H1 is in hover state. Maybe normally the H1 is in blue color. If, when a user rolls his mouse over the H1, you want it to be in red color. You can do that using pseudo class selectors. Then we have pseudo element selectors. You can select and style a part of an HTML element or a part of an tag or say P or H1 using pseudo elements. Then finally, we have attribute selectors. You can grab HTML elements based on the attribute or even the attribute value. Next, examples of CSS properties. There are plenty of CSS properties. As I told, W3 Schools or NPM is the best source where you can look use as a reference to look all the properties. I'll give you a few examples. First one is color. Using this property, you can change the color of the text. Then we have text align. Using this property, you can tell the browsers how you want to align the text, whether you want it to be left aligned or center aligned or justified or right. Using this property, you can do that. Then we have background color. Using background color, we'll be able to define the background color of a particular HTML element. You can target that HTML element using the selectors which we talked in the previous slide. Then next comes font size. The font size property tells the browser to set the selectors or whatever HTML element you have targeted to the particular font size which you mentioned. Then finally, we have font family. Font family enables you to specify what family of font you want to use for a particular element. Then CSS box model. This is very important. In CSS, the term box model is used when talking about design and layout. I'll give you a second just to go through this image and try to understand what's happening here. So if you look closely, we have the content here. And the empty space between the content and the border here, the border, is what we call as padding. Padding is nothing but the white space or the negative space between the content, and the border. And margin is again white space or negative space between the various HTML elements. We will look how this works when I explain the code. Here I have explained a little bit. If you go through, the content is nothing but the content of the box where the text or image is up here. This part is the content part. Again, padding clears an area around the content. The padding is transparent here, this part. Again, we have the border here and the margin. So how to add CSS? There are three ways to add CSS to your HTML document. The first one is external CSS. In this method, you will have a separate file called with an extension .css. You can name whatever you want. Then you define the rule sets in this file and you link to the HTML document using a link tag, which will come in your heading tag, which is metadata, which contains all the metadata. Then the next method is internal CSS. Using internal CSS, you can add CSS rule sets directly into your HTML document but within a style tag. Then last, we have inline CSS. In inline CSS, you can add the styles directly to the HTML tag. Say you have an H1, you can use the style attribute in H1 and you can style it there, then and there itself. The next one is JavaScript. JavaScript is the most programming language of the web. So here, I'll just give another second for you to look at the meme and I'll explain if you didn't understand it. So here, when it says 11 plus 1, since this 11 is within quotes, JavaScript treats it as string, and when there is a plus symbol, it concatenates this 1 with this 11, and it produces the output 1, 1, 1. When there is a subtraction operation, JavaScript understands that it's supposed to be a number, not a string, and it's smart enough to understand here, but not here. So it will subtract 1 from 11 and produce the output 10. So that's a game about JavaScript. So examples of what JavaScript can do. JavaScript can, as Anurag told you, JavaScript adds functionality to your website or web page. JavaScript can change HTML content. So you might have a experience that while you're using the website or web page, the contents change dynamically. That's done using JavaScript. And JavaScript can change HTML attribute values. Say, as Adarsh explained the attributes, you can alter the src value or the href value using JavaScript without actually editing the HTML document. Then we have JavaScript can change HTML styles also without directly changing the styles in the CSS or maybe external or internal. You can grab that particular element inside your JavaScript and you can change the styles. Then finally, you can use JavaScript to hide or show elements. You can you have seen in many HTML or many web pages, there will be this part of the web page which appears magically. That's done using JavaScript. Then JavaScript output. So basically, whenever you learn a programming language, the first thing you might learn is the print statement. In JavaScript, we have 4 different methods to print. The first one is using inner HTML. You can grab a particular HTML element, say a paragraph tag. You can grab that paragraph tag and change its inner HTML using this property .inner HTML. Then we have document.write. Using document.write, you can output whatever you want to the screen or the entire web page. Then we have window.alert. Using window.alert, you can alert the user with a particular message or whatever you want, and we'll show this in action when I explain the code. Then we have console.log. Console.log can be used to output to the browser's console. So let's see HTML, CSS, and JS in action. Just a second, let me switch my screens. So yeah, I hope you can see the screen. Can somebody respond? Is it visible?
Yes, Darshan, it's visible.
Thank you, Niran. So here, as Adarsh explained, we have the doc type. This part tells the browser that it's an HTML5 version of HTML document we are trying to use here. Then we have the heading tag here. Inside the heading tag, we have the metadata and the title tag. The title tag document. Here we have the content document. All the content lies between the opening tag and closing tag. The content, whichever it is here in the title tag, is displayed over here. If I say instead of document, my portfolio, it changes here. Then we have the link. As Adarsh told you, link is used to link style sheets or fonts or icons from anywhere. Then href attribute he was talking about. This specifies the URL we are trying to access here. So I'm bringing in the style.css file, which is here, using the link, and I'm telling it it's a style sheet, and I'm saying it is relative to this directory. Here the URL is a relative URL, which means the / says that from the present directory there is a file called style.css. Please bring it in here. So the browser, when the browser is displaying it, it will know that it has to grab this CSS file and add it to this document and display the web page based on the rules set, which is specified in style.css file. Next, we are trying to bring in fonts from Google. Again, using the href tag, I'm specifying this URL, which is pointing to a font from Google. Then I'm closing the head tag here. Then, as I told you, all the contents must, like whatever you have to put within the closing and opening tag. Then the first thing I was like earlier, I was telling you about the internal CSS. So this is where I am showing you how internal CSS works. You can specify the CSS rule set here directly in the HTML document, but within the style HTML tag. Here, the selector we are trying to use is body. Earlier in the example, we had tried to grab the H1. Here I'm trying to target the body of the entire body is nothing but whatever is visible on your screen. The entire thing is targeted here, and I'm setting the background color using the background color property and setting it to this value, which is a kind of light bluish color here. Then I'm trying to target this div element, which is the entire section here. It's nothing but the div. So I'm grabbing that div and setting the background color to this lighter darker blue using again the background color property. Then the padding, as we talked earlier, padding is nothing but the white or the negative space between the content and the border. So here I'm telling the browser to give 1.5 rem again is another unit just like pixel, but it's relative to the font size. By default it's 16 pixels, so 1.5 into 16, just do the math, will give some amount, and that is this white space here. So the content is here. I can show you. Yeah. So this part is the content. The white space between this border and the content is nothing but the padding. So that is specified using the property padding. The next we have the body tag. So as I told you, whatever is between the opening and closing tag of body will be shown to the user. Again, inside the body tag, we have the div, which is this part. Inside the div, I have an image. You can bring in an image using img tag, which basically stands for image, and the src attribute, which Adarsh told you earlier. Here, the src or the source. If you're using VS Code, if you just hover on it, it will give you a small message what it is and whether it's mandatory or a small message. Here, this URL is directing to this image. So when the browser reads this code, it understands that it should grab this image from this particular URL and put it here with a width of 150 pixel and set the height to auto based on the aspect ratio of the image. So again, here I'm specifying the width using the width attribute, and again height attribute, which others told you about. And again, here we have the alt attribute. So alt attribute, just in case if this link is broken, I can remove this part. Okay. Sorry. So this link is now broken. So if the browser is unable to get the image for whatsoever reason it may be, so that is when the browser outputs the alternative text to the user. So that we'll get an idea that there was an image, but for some reason it couldn't load. So I'll just undo it. Yeah. So next we have an H1 element, which is the biggest or the largest heading available in HTML. Then this part is the internal CSS, which I was talking earlier. Here, using the style attribute, I'm specifying the CSS rule set. I'm trying to change the color of this text, which is John Doe, by accessing the property color and setting it to this kind of black color here. You can have multiple properties. Again, here you can have a background color as well. Say background color and have white. So that will look like this, which is not pretty. So I'll just undo it. Yeah. So you can have multiple properties here as well, but this style, it's preferred that for if you have multiple properties or multiple CSS properties, either go for internal CSS like here or an external CSS file, because when you have multiple properties here within the style attribute, it makes your code look really messy. Again, the John Doe is nothing but the content which should lie within the opening and closing tags, so that the browser understands that this is the heading which should be shown to the user at this size or the biggest size, because it's a heading. Then we have a comment. You can add comments to your code using this syntax with an open angular bracket, exclamatory mark, hyphen, and you can put your comment here and hyphen close angular bracket. So you can add comments. Comments are ignored by the browser. They are just for user readability or pure programmer to understand what you're trying to do here. Then I have an S3 tag here. S3 is nothing, again, an heading, but it is not as big as H1. It's a little smaller. I want this bio to be in a blue color, and all the S3s. If you see, I have multiple S3s here. One here, one here, one here. So if I try to change the CSS of the HTML, I mean, if I try to change the color of this heading, I can use H3, just the selector H3. But say if I have another H3 here, H3 here, say languages. So if I had used just the H3 selector, it would have styled this languages also to blue color. But since I don't want this languages should all like to have blue color, I'm using a special attribute called the class attribute. Using this class attribute, you can target whatever elements having this particular class. So I'm using this class heading to all the H3s which I want to style. And I can grab this heading in the CSS rule set. I can change and I can add styles particularly to this H3s which is having this class. And there is one more another property which is called the another attribute which is called ID attribute. Using that ID attribute, you can give a particular ID to an HTML element and you can grab that ID in the CSS and can change the styles. So this if I had used just plain H3, it would change all the H3s in my document, which I don't want that happen. So I have used class attribute here. So next we have a P tag. As others told you, P is nothing but the paragraph tag, which is used to add paragraphs. So if I see here, I have a BR tag here. BR is nothing but a line break tag. I don't want this paragraph to be in one single line. See, if I remove this BR, and even if I give a line space, the browser will still ignore it and produce all the content in the same line. So in order to tell the browser that there should be a line break, I use the BR tag here. So I have to close the P tag, which I opened here after once I'm done adding content. Then we have the A tag. A tag is nothing but the hyperlink or the link which will take you or redirect you to other web pages. A tag is used to link different web pages, forming a website. So using the href attribute, we can specify an URL which the browser should redirect to when a user clicks on it. So the content here is view profile, which will be produced here as like this. So whenever the user clicks on view profile, say I'm redirecting the user to LinkedIn. So when I click on this, it will redirect the user to LinkedIn. So you can have A tags to redirect users to different web pages of your own website. Say you have another file here, index1.html, and you want a user to redirect from this web page to there. You can have a relative URL or a complete URL to this particular file, and the browser will redirect the user to that particular web page. Again, if we have the H3 here, which we have discussed earlier. Next, we have the OL tag. OL stands for ordered list. So between the OL, we have the LI. LI is nothing but the list item. In between the opening and closing of LI, I have the content project 1, which will be produced like this. Since it's an ordered list, the browser understands that there should be a particular order. That is where the browser adds this 1, 2, 3 things, which is not, I didn't add say 1 here, one dot. The browser adds by default because since we have used the OL tag, it understands that it's an ordered list and it should add 1, 2, 3 or Roman letters or ABC. You can even change that using the attributes or CSS, which we would encourage you to further learn or search how to change 1, 2, 3 to ABC or whatever you want. Then I have another heading here which says experience, and I have given the same class because I want to have the blue color for it. So I'm using the same heading here. And then we have the UL. UL stands for unordered list. So again in UL, I have to have individual list items. I'm specifying that using the LI tag. Here, the experience 1, experience 2, experience 3 is produced to the user screen in this manner because the browser knows that there is no particular order, so it can simply put a dot or a bullet point or a square or circle. Can again fix that using the CSS properties or the attributes. Can go search Google or W3 Schools or NDN and find how to say that. That will be your further reading kind of stuff. Then we have a button here, but before going to the button, I would like to show you the external CSS file we are having. The last form of CSS method, like the last method to add CSS to your HTML document is the external CSS, where we have this file called style.css. It's important that you have to have this .css extension so the browser understands that this file contains the rule sets for styling the HTML document here. Here, I'm grabbing that heading tags. So this, heading all the H3 tags, which is having this class heading. So whenever you're targeting a class, you have to prefix it with a dot. Same if you are using an ID, you have to prefix it with an asterisk symbol. Then I'm trying to say that I'm telling the browser that all these heading tags should have a color of blue. I'm telling that by accessing the CSS color property, and I'm setting it to this particular value. Then I want the font also to be in Poppins, so I'm using the font family property and telling the browser that please set this to Poppins, just in case if Poppins is not available, use sans serif. Then I'm targeting the image, which is here, by using the img selector. Then I'm changing the border radius property. By changing the border radius, you can change the corners. Let me show you, because showing is easier than talking. Yeah, here. So if you want to have sharp edges like this, you can have a 0 border radius, which is by default the browser has 0 border radius. If you want to have little rounded corners, you can have 10%. So that will make a little nicer look on the image. But here I want it to be bubble, like oval shape. So I use 50 or more than 50, like 100 is also same. So I can simply use 50. Then I'm targeting the body, which is nothing but this entire section, and I'm giving a padding of 1 rem. So as I told you, padding is again nothing but the white space or the negative space between the content and the border. Here, the border is nothing but the browser's window border, and the content is the div element we are having here. It adds an 1 rem, that's 16 pixel of white space here between the div and the borders of the browser. Then I'm targeting the button, which is specified here, the button. Again, this part on click is JS part, JavaScript part. I will explain you once we are done with the external CSS. So in this button, I'm saying this button to have a background color of blue by accessing the background color property. And then I want the font color to be white. So I have to use color. I have to access the property called color and setting it to white. Please make a note that it's not called font color, it's just color. So if I use font color goes to black because there is no property called font color, it's just color for font color. Then the browser by default adds a border to buttons. I don't want that border to be shown here, so I say to the browser that please remove the border by saying border none. If I comment this statement, you can see that the browser adds this default border for all the buttons. So which makes our button look a little bit ugly. So I'm gonna quickly undo it. Yeah, this is better. Again, I'm giving a padding of 6 pixels between the padding is again the white space between the content. The content here is click me, and the border is this part. So between the border and the content, I think I can show you this. No, it's not working. Yeah, so between the content and the border is what's called padding, and I want it to be 6 pixels, so I'm setting it here. Then again, I want this button to have a nice rounded corners to look much better. So I'm saying please have a border radius of 5 pixels using this property, border radius. Then coming back to this HTML document, we have the button element here. This one, this part, as I told you, is the JavaScript part. but I want to talk about this inline CSS here. So to specify the inline CSS, I am using the HTML style attribute and margin. As if you can recall, I told you that margin is nothing but the white space or the negative space around the HTML element. So padding is between the border and the content. Margin is outside the border and between other HTML tags. So I'm telling the browser, please give a margin top this part of 1 rem. So there is a white space of 16 pixels here and above, like above this button. Say if I say 0 rem, it kind of sticks to the experience. There is a lot of space here and less space here. So I thought 1 rem should make it look better. Yeah. So here, this on click, nothing is on click is nothing but event. So this on click gets triggered when a user clicks on this button. So when the user clicks on this button, I want to alert the user saying, thanks for clicking me. So you can do that using alert, open parentheses, and specify your message within quotes and close the quotes again. So when I click on this button, it says, thanks for clicking me. So this is JavaScript part. We want you to experiment more with JavaScript. So your further steps, which Anurag will be directing you, will be JavaScript and other languages. So I am closing the div element here, which I have opened here. If you note that all the elements, like all the elements or the tags which we have used here as an opening and closing tag, but this image doesn't have a closing tag here, because image is a self-closing tag, but we strongly, or the good practice is that to close the tags whichever we are open. So we can close this image tag by adding a backslash within the open bracket itself. Then I'm closing the body tag and again finally the HTML tag here. So this code, this entire code produces beautiful result which is seen to the user like this. So that's it for the code part. Let me quickly stop sharing and give this over to Adarsh. Just a second. Yeah, Adarsh.
Right. So now that Darshan has explained you all the code, how it works, based on whatever the concepts we have cleared earlier. So we have something for you. So Hacktoberfest is all about the PRs, and you need to complete 4 PRs in order to be eligible to stand a chance to win that limited edition t-shirt. Just to make things simpler for you all, we have 4 tasks just for you here. It's very simple, basic HTML, CSS, and JS. You just have to go to the repository. I'm sure you all have the links to it. Fork the repository, try to make some local changes to the code. Try to, play around with the website. It's all yours. You need to bring out your creativity to the website. We will be monitoring it. And there are a couple of things to be kept in mind when you're doing that. I'll explain it to you after I cover the tasks. So we have 4 tasks. First of which is replacing the image. So as you can see from the portfolio, as you have seen from the portfolio, that the image, the bio, projects, and experiences on the site is just a dummy thing. So we just use lorem ipsum and all those. We don't want that. We want your original information there. We want you to replace all those image, bio, projects, and experiences with your own. And we want you to put that as the first pull request. The second one would be to make a table which contains the different languages you speak. Just like in your resume and CV, you can see that there is you need to mention what are the languages that you speak, you read, and write in. So we want the table. We want that extra information from you. Make a table with the different languages. That would be your second PR. Coming to the third one, this is a CSS kind of thing. We need you to use some CSS properties like you've learned. BG color, padding, margin, style the elements, bring some borders, make some changes into it, change the shapes, get some colors into it. It's all yours. We need some creativity. We don't want to see the copy of our website. We want you to bring life to that website. And fourth one would be to convert your projects into links. If you've watched closely, you could see that the projects in the list are just ordered project 1, project 2, and project 3. But we need to make them linkables. you need to add the elements and make it linkable. Like I explained you, the href tag, you need to look around and make it as a link such that on clicking it, it would redirect you to your GitHub repository where your projects are stored, or any other files where we can actually access your projects. So that would be your 4 tasks. Now, these 4 tasks will have to be covered as different PRs. So what you would do is the first one, you have made some local changes, you would give the first pull request. Now, only after your first pull request is accepted, only after that, I would suggest you to give your second pull request, because what happens is you give simultaneous pull requests, and if one of it is not accepted, then it may merge into one pull request. So you might lose out on some pull requests there. So I would suggest go for one. Once it's accepted, then go for the second. And secondly, I want you to keep in mind that the way you're trying to change the files. So there are 2 ways you can do it. If you're the first way, which we recommend, is that you change the files, you make some changes into the index.html and style.css pages, and then you can put it into a tasks folder, which we have put in the repository. That would be preferred. If not, you would have to, if you're just putting it outside the tasks folder, if you're just placing it outside the task folder, I would highly recommend you to change the name of the index and style sheets, the style files, because we don't want anything overwritten on the index.html and style.css. It is highly recommended you change the names if at all you want to do that. Or if you want the names to be same, then you have to put it into the tasks folder that we have given there. So just to give you a quick demonstration of how to do it, I would hand over the presentation to Anurag, where he will be demoing on how exactly a pull request can be done. Over to you, Anurag.
Thank you, Adarsh. Now let me share my screen. So can you confirm, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the repository link that might be shared to you in the chat. So this is github.com/DSC Reva/HackoLantern. So in this repository, we have mentioned the tasks, the different tasks that were in the slide, the 4 tasks. And also we have a short tutorial on how to complete the tasks. Most of this was covered by Saket, and I'll just give you a quick demo of how to do it again. So from this page on GitHub, we will just fork it. Already 4 people have forked it. So you can just go and fork this. So where should we fork? If you are in some organization, it will ask this question, where should you fork this? I'll fork it to my personal account, which is Sharananurag998. And now it will create a fork. And now this is my copy of the repository, which is Sharananurag998/HackoLantern. Now what I'll do is I'll just go here and copy the SSH HTTPS link here and open a folder where I want to clone this, clone my repository. So this is the folder where I want to clone the repository. I'll open my PowerShell window here. You can open your command prompt window as well. Here I'll just type the commands for cloning, which Saket explained earlier. Now this is cloned. I'll open it in the VS Code. You can use any text editor of your choice. So these are the folders and files that are currently in our repository. So these 2 files were edited by Saket earlier, as you saw. Now we have the index.html and style.css. These are the original files that were in the repository. We want you to edit these files according to the tasks that are given. And so I'll do the same. So before editing these files, remember one thing, you do not edit these index.html and style.css files directly here. This should be same as we have defined, because everyone will be referencing that, and we don't want to see any changes on this. So what we'll do is you can first do something like this, like your name.html and your name.css. And other thing that I would recommend is doing the tasks like this. like in the tasks folder, you have to create one more folder here called your name, your first name underscore your last name. So I'll do Anurag underscore Sharan like this. And now I'll copy the index.html and style.css files into this. No, I don't want to move it. I'll just right click and click on copy. And here I'll paste it. So now I have my own copy of the index.html and style.css files. And you can see Visual Studio Code highlights is that it has green because it's a new file. VS Code has Git integrated in it. So you can use this GUI here as well, or you can go with the CLI way with Saket. So now here I'll do some changes, which was the first task. So in the first task, I had to change my name. So I'll change my name here. Also, we had to change the image with our own image. So I have my image copied here and I'll just change it. And also I'll just change the bio here. And now I'll change some projects. And some experiences. I'll keep the experiences like that for now. So these are the changes that I did, and I'll just save this. And I won't do any changes for the styling because this is the first task where I have to replace the image, the bio, the projects, the experiences with your own details. Now I have done the changes. Now I'll just go and stage these changes here, like Saket taught. So I'll just first change the directory here. I'll do git add all git status. Now my branch is up to date. Now I'll just go to this and I'll just add a commit. This is another way you can add commits. So I'll just add the commit as your name, which is Anurag Sharan, and task number 1. So this is the commit message that you should add. So in the CLI, it's git commit -m and then this message, and I'll just commit this. And now I'll just go and push it to my fork. Now if I go here, it should be updated. So yeah, so my commit was Anurag Sharan task 1. So it's done here. And now what to do a pull request, I'll just click on pull request here. And now this able to merge should be here, because if there are any merge conflicts, it means that you have overwritten some of our files or some of the files done by the other students. So you have to check if able to merge here is clicked or not. It can happen that two students have the same name. So if there is you are not able to merge, please change the name to something like Anurag Sharan number 1 or something like that, so that there are no merge conflicts here. So also you can see which files are changed right here. So I have changed the Anurag Sharan /index.html file here and Anurag Sharan /style.css file here. So you can just confirm once that you have changed your own files here. And now you can just go ahead and create a pull request. So it is Anurag Sharan task number 1. So instead of using hash, you can just do task 1 because hash represents issues or pull requests. So we will go and do this. So, and you can add a comment if you are doing like your own, if you implemented some creative things from your own, you can just leave a comment here that what all things that you have changed. So if you have, I'll just do completed task 1. You can add many things here, like whatever changes you have done, you can add in the pull request message. We'll appreciate that. And also then you have to click on create pull request. So now a pull request has been created and this branch has no conflicts with the base branch. Now what we will do from our side is, I'll just open this. So this is the DSC Reva GitHub account. Now we'll just check the pull requests. Here, Anurag Sharan task 1 is here. What we'll do is we'll see this task and we'll go and check the code and we'll see what changes you have done. And once it's approved, we'll just merge this pull request with ours. So that's how you can make pull requests for our task. And as others explained earlier, you'll have to create new pull requests for each task that you complete. So once your task 1 is done, then once we merge your task 1, then you can go ahead and do the task 2 and so on. So, and after task 2 is done, also you have to wait for us to merge it, or else all of the different changes that you do here will be counted under just one pull request. So this is how you can create pull requests and share your code with us. So thank you. I'll just hand over the slide to others.
Thank you, Anurag. So now that most of the things are done, we know the basics of web development. We know some part of HTML, CSS, and JS. And we have worked with a very simple project that is building your own portfolio with using HTML, CSS, and JS. And we have given you certain tasks for you to win this particular t-shirt that you're seeing on screen. And Anurag just showed you a demo of how you can do it. Now, this is easy, right? We are making it very simple for you to stand a chance to win the goodies from DigitalOcean and Hacktoberfest. So set this aside. So this was our main thing for this particular event. Now, let's say you're actually aspiring to become a web developer and you want to know what's next. So Anurag will just brief you about what you can go ahead after you've learned the basics, the foundations for web development, how you can move ahead and step up your game.
Yeah. So now I'll explain if you're wanting to become a web developer, what is next after HTML, CSS, and HTML and CSS. So if you're wondering, is HTML and CSS enough for developing a full-fledged modern website? So sadly, no, because modern websites require many things like a database, a server, and many more things. So if you want to go into web development, these are the things that you should learn. So in addition to mastering HTML and CSS, you can learn how to, number one, program a browser. So what we were doing right now is we were just telling the browser what all elements were there using HTML, and we were telling the styles using CSS. Now, and we covered a bit of JavaScript, but it was just for an alert box. But you can do a lot more things with this JavaScript. So as I told you before, JavaScript is like a whole programming language which you can use to do some function, to add some functionality into your website. So there are different versions of JavaScript. Like there are different packages for JavaScript that you can use, which are like JavaScript J2, which is the plain JavaScript, or the latest version is ES6. After that, we have a jQuery. jQuery is also a JavaScript package which makes it easier to interact with different elements in our website. We have React, which you can learn, which is a front-end JavaScript library. And similarly, we have Vue and Angular. So these are the things which you can learn if you want to go into front-end web development. So these are the JavaScript libraries that you can learn for front-end web development. Also, apart from programming a browser, you need to program a server, because any file that you create will be eventually running on a server. Right now, we were hosting the site on our own laptop, and as Saket showed you, we can host it on GitHub. So GitHub will host it on their servers eventually. So each website needs to be on a server. So to program a server, we have to use some kind of programming language to do that. So earlier we had to use a different programming language like .NET or PHP or Python. So the full stack web developers would have to learn 2 to 3 languages. But since the advent of Node.js, JavaScript can be used apart from the front end part. JavaScript can be used in the back end as well. So now you can just use Node.js to program a server as well. So this is the best time to become a full stack web developer. So I'll explain what a full stack web developer is in a few seconds. So apart from programming a server, you can program a database. So if you are building a web application like YouTube or WhatsApp or anything, you will need a database. Or in a more common example would be like your college's ERP. or any employee management system in any organization. These all things needs a database to store the records. So these databases are needed for websites. So how can you build these databases? You can use languages like structured query language or SQL, which you may have learned in your school or college. And you can also learn MongoDB. MongoDB is a new kind of database which you can learn as well. So these were the three things which you can learn. These were the three paths which you can take and become a full stack web developer. And a full stack web developer is someone who can do every kind of tasks from building the front end to configuring the back end and the databases. So the industry requires more of full stack web developers who can do all of these things. And so these were the things that you can learn if you want to explore more about web development.
So now that we have reached the end of the presentation and end of the event for the Hacktoberfest meetup, I'm sure you have something to take away from this. For beginners who haven't started with web development and wants to know what it's all about, I'm sure this has given you some bit of information. Well, on behalf of the whole of DSC team from Reva University, we would like to thank you for attending this particular session. Don't worry, we have a lot more planned for you throughout the year, and you sure don't want to miss out on those. So until we see you next time, adios from the whole of Reva University. Thank you.